Good morning, dear colleagues and distinguished guests. It's a great honor to welcome you on our annual conference, REVIVE 2025, Strategic Partnerships for Resilience and Impact. This conference has now continued for over 11 years, and it is our yearly opportunity, together with our Lithuanian and international partners from public institutions, private sector, NGOs, to reflect on the state of the Lithuanian development cooperation, especially in light of today's complex global challenges. Before we begin, I am pleased to share an important announcement. Today, Lithuania and Ireland have taken a significant step in strengthening bilateral cooperation by signing the second annex to the Memorandum of Understanding, under which Ireland will contribute to an additional 2 million to Lithuania's Development Cooperation and Humanitarian Aid Fund. This support will go towards key initiatives: the Future School for Ukraine, a modern multifunctional school to be built in Zhytomyr, as well as to co-financing the EU program implemented by Lithuania, Ukraine to EU, which helps prepare Ukraine for EU membership by supporting institutional reforms and strengthening key government bodies. This new agreement not only deepens Lithuania's and Ireland cooperation, but also highlights a shared strategic vision: rebuilding Ukraine's education system, strengthening institutions, and supporting its path to EU membership. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania, Kęstutis Budrys, to deliver the opening remarks of the conference.
Morning, everyone, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, colleagues, friends, everyone who is involved into such an important efforts and topic of the cooperation for the purposes of development, cooperation for the purposes to make us stronger and more resilient. And who could believe 10 years ago that we would hear from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs the projects and the size of it as just Aiste described, what we are doing right now. Of course, the reasons and circumstances are really unfortunate why we are so much involved in Ukraine right now, but the very scope is the one that no one could expect than 20 years ago or 10 years ago. My experience with development cooperation of Lithuania was through Afghanistan, when we started our projects in Gore province, in Chakcharan. I remember these first big projects, how they were perceived then in the parliament or elsewhere, because I was out there in another institution. That was something that we must do. Maybe that is okay to do for the countries that are involved in conflict zones like Afghanistan. And now it changed completely. The very perception of Lithuania changed completely. We not only caught everyone who was already in front of us, but already we bypassed them and are moving forward with understanding why we are doing it, why it is important. So what in Lithuania started with Afghanistan, with orange projects in Ukraine, with small projects there and there, all over in different regions. Now it is very much conceptually concentrated and developed as the tool in Ukraine and in other regions. And I'm really proud each time when we are discussing with our partners what we can do better, what are our best practices. As it happened last week in Tokyo, in Japan, when we met the largest corporations of Japan, with their also International Cooperation Agency, with Export Agency, and we were talking what we can do together better. And they were looking also to us for answers, examples, and suggestions how to proceed. And this is the moment where you see that, okay, we have something here. We can build on this. And build on this, what is this? This is our experience, expertise, and our people that are involved into development cooperation. Be it here within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, our good friends within the Central Project Management Agency, NGOs, and everyone who is working on these projects. And they're really the ones that make the difference. And when we're talking about Ukraine, first and foremost, when we're talking about assistance to Ukraine, to help them with the acceptance, with the membership in EU, with the enlargement of EU, or when we're talking about the financial mechanism that they apply, or when we are talking about the reconstruction agency that they're building that will be prepared for up to 1 trillion of euros being invested into reconstruction of Ukraine, we see Lithuania's flag in all these efforts and our expertise and our people. And this is important thing. And this is important not only for Ukraine. We are doing it also from the very egoistic interest. That is building the secure environment, that is building stability in the region, that is helping to build a strong friend and partner in Ukraine and in other areas and in other countries and regions, be it Moldova or be it other countries and areas, like in the Middle East. What we are doing with Palestinian Authority and other places. We are investing because we need it. We need this stability. We need being able to cooperate for the purpose of prosperity. So, how to manage all of this and how to make the effects larger? Where is this synergy? Where is the multipliers? We should find out it here and also today. And we're discussing it with the colleagues. When we are discussing it, we want to frame everything into shift the gear perspective. We have to move forward. It means that we have to review already what is done, 360 approach, and we have to involve other partners into our efforts. That is the companies, that is business, that is NGOs, and that is the very mechanisms that would allow us to move faster and better. And in this perspective, I am really glad to everyone who was involved into OECD project that was named Strengthening Lithuanian Development Ecosystem. That is the quite basic title, but the findings and conclusions are not very basic, and they will be the ones that we will implement and that would guideline us forward into reforming a bit. Reviewing, let's make it, less better to reviewing the very ecosystem in Lithuania. That is legislation, that is cooperation with other institutions, and most important, involving the business and NGOs. In Lithuania, that is not always the best practice that we have with the involvement of business, but the very momentum where we are, it's a good one to help us to proceed. And use also our capital, use our investments, and use the cooperation as the opportunity for the future, being more able to invest better and to have those better positions, be it Ukraine or any other countries. So once again, what we are trying to do, we're trying to build a more stable and stronger region. And learn also. And another additional reason why we are doing it. In each field where we are active, we are also learning, not only in the project management perspective, but also learning for ourselves. And that's why resilience is up there. That's why it's a keyword. We are bringing those lessons back, and we're sharing those lessons with the others. So there are so many reasons to cooperate with Lithuania and to be right here in this moment as we are proceeding with our new leadership, with ISTA and with the new gear. So thank you all for being here, and looking forward to the panel discussion and to all other discussions today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, for these nice and encouraging words. Now, I would like to invite to the high-level discussion, hard power, soft power, a new deal for development cooperation. This discussion will focus on the ways how Lithuania and the European Union can still support strong development portfolios while facing growing security, economic, and defense pressures. Panelists will look at what can be realistically be done, linking aid to reforms and results, attracting international financial institutions and private capital for Ukraine's recovery, and aligning development with broader strategic and security goals. So I would like to invite the moderator, Laimonas Tallat-Kelpša, the political director of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the distinguished panelist, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania, Kęstutis Budrys. Irina Marčiulionytė, Ambassador, Head of Delegation of the European Union to Mongolia, Algirdas Kumža, former Ambassador of Lithuania to Ukraine, and Vilius Šapoka, former Minister of Finance of Lithuania, high-level expert for EU for PFM.
We're online. Yes. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. To this panel discussion, kicking off today's debate on the future of Lithuania's foreign assistance and development cooperation policies. My name is Laimonas Tallat-Kelpša. I'm political director here at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I will be happy to host this small chat on important issues, as was described, how to meet the competing challenges, especially when it comes to finances in present-day realities. The panel, this title is Hard Power, Soft Power, a New Deal for Development Cooperation. And just referring to Minister's introductory remarks, I could not but remember the years 20 years ago, more than 20 years ago, 2004, when a humble young diplomat, that was me, was tasked to establish the first division of development cooperation here at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So we had a budget of about, I don't remember exactly, 200,000 euros in current terms, and 2 people to run it. And then I remember this certain desperation when you sit in a room with your team of 2 people thinking, where should you start with? And then the first thing to develop was to prepare and draft the rules of conduct or the rules of how we disperse the money and then how we try to organize the work. Today, Lithuania is running the development assistance that is worth almost 200 million euros, and today Lithuania is one of the leading powers, I should say, in Ukraine, also taking leadership in the projects that are not only European, but are European projects. So this is really a huge accomplishment. This is a long and successful journey, and I believe this conference is also focusing on how should we switch to the next gear, how should we become more efficient, how should we become faster, and how should we do more impact in the countries where we work today. We have 4 distinguished panelists with us today. One is His Excellency Minister Kęstutis Budrys. He's currently Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania, but also he has a strong national security background. He has served under 2 presidents of the Republic of Lithuania as their national security and defense policy advisors, and he also spent 6 years serving as deputy chief of Lithuanian CIA. So I believe this experience now enriches us, our diplomatic community, with how we operate, especially how we operate in our difficult environments, and we're looking forward to sharing both your practical and professional experiences in this regard. We also have with us Ambassador Ina Marčiulionytė, who is an offspring of Lithuanian diplomatic service. We highly value and cherish her experience, her legacy here in our system. She served as chair of Lithuania's she served as Lithuanian ambassador to UNESCO, Lithuanian ambassador to China, as vice minister of culture, and also as chair of World Heritage Committee. And currently she is holding an office of EU ambassador to Mongolia. Next to her we have Ambassador Algirdas Kumža, who is the founding father of Lithuania's Independence Declaration. To be precise, the 2nd edition of Lithuania's Independence Declaration, restoring the one which we had lost due to Soviet occupation in 1940 and then reclaimed back successfully in 1990. He also served as deputy editor-in-chief of Lithuania's one of the largest media outlets, Lietuvos Rytas, still in operation, and he was a chair of the Taras Shevchenko Foundation, taking care of promoting Lithuanian and Ukrainian cultural and people-to-people cooperation. In 2006 and 2009, Algirdas Kumža served as Lithuania's ambassador in Ukraine. And last but not least, Vilius Šapoka, who is a former Minister of Finance of Lithuania. He has a rich background of serving in different positions, including in the Central Bank and the Ministry of Finance. And he also chaired the Lithuanian Securities Commission. Currently, Mr. Šapoka works as a high-level expert at the project EU4PFM, supporting public finance management reform in Ukraine. So let's give a short round of applause to our four distinguished panelists. And to start, Mr. with you. You have just concluded in the government a difficult and painful, I believe, debate on Lithuania's budget for 2006. Now we know the indicative numbers, and as all-time record high, 5.38% of Lithuania's national GDP will be dedicated to defense spending. We also have an international long-standing commitment of 0.25 to be dedicated to supporting Ukraine militarily. And with these growing needs, with these growing pressures on Lithuania's financial systems, how do you see this objective of at least maintaining where we are today, having reached 0.24% of GDP, national spending for development cooperation? Do you see this intense political discussion as sort of zero-sum game, or can we make those objectives compatible?
That's a very good question, and that is very relevant not only to Lithuania but to all capitals that are struggling with budgets. Basically, all capitals are struggling with budgets, and I'm talking about our partners and allies. The ones that increasing the defense spending so dramatically as we do, so we increase everything that our growing economy provides us, and on top of it we have to review our taxes that we did this year, and still there are much more needed, and we use EU instruments. And of course there is a pressure on the Minister of Finance to look for the reserves. Then one of the lines that sticks out there is like, what are these money about, and where we are putting them? And I think that that is the very reason, and right now, and also to discuss how to relabel what we are doing, how to explain what these money dedicated for. Because when we are putting in the way like you just did, that this is the defense spending, this is our commitment to Ukraine that we set for 10 years, 0.25% for security and defense. On top of this, that would be for all the civilian needs. And then we have this another number, that how we measure our development cooperation and how much we spend there. It comes from the topic of our obligations, commitments, some luxuries, something that we do on top. And this is the wrong approach. I think we have to tell the story and relabel it as our strategic enabler in foreign policy and in security policy and everything what we are trying to achieve. And if and it is the case, top political priority is security. And number two is security, and number three is security, and even within this institution and elsewhere. And for it, we invest into hard measures and also the soft measures, because international security, that's our job. So we should put, as it is really the tool of the development cooperation, as one of the elements how we achieve it and how we multiply it. Next to it, it comes back to our budgets through involvement of our businesses and through our trade policies, because it is related to so many different policies: investment, trade, economic security, and all the others. Because otherwise, we will be lost in this game. That would be seen as, okay, we have this limited amount of resources and now we have to redistribute it, and then we look into the priorities. And if it is some priority number 5 or 6, it will be lost. As we've seen the case in some of the countries already, in Nordics, and we've seen in the United States when they are reviewing the efficiency of their government. So where to cut? USAID, that's where to cut, and this is how it was done, because it's really quick to show the result. We saved some money, and the consequences, no one measures it. And I think that from the last period of time, last half a year of this year, the major damage that was done to the global US power, that was because of these programs, the disruption of these programs. And we could see evidently here in the region how it had the effect. We saw the request to Ministry of Foreign Affairs to bridge finance and then maybe to take over the responsibility. That was huge. And with all these investments, there came also the tools of be it influence, being the good influence tool for promotion of the reforms, and then for the better cooperation, for stability, for transatlantic unity, and so many other elements. And I believe that seeing all this, United States will return to the active involvement position, also with the aid money, but that is the lesson for us all to remember. How it works. This is the instrument, this is the tool, and it's really easy and tempting fruit to be taken from the tree of those limited resources. So this is how I see our internal debate. I really believe that the words that we put into our government program, where we said that development cooperation, that's the field where we will strengthen ourselves. It's not only the slogan, and it's not only the flag, and we will follow this because we have all the reasons to prove how it is effective. To raise our flag higher, be it Ukraine or elsewhere, and also to prove how it promotes the goals that we set in our foreign policy. And one of those, for example, is enlargement of EU and security for Ukraine. So this is how we add the value to this achievement. And this is the field where we are not struggling with one of the countries in EU just vetoing everything that we try to achieve. This is up to us whether we implement or not. So to make it short, this is the time to retell the story and to rebrand what we are doing and to re-explain how it is providing the effects and multiply the effects.
Mr. Shapoka, may I ask you as an expert and as a former Minister of Finance, do you have any type of advice how to actually navigate in this sea of competing demands? We saw certain examples in Europe, in France, when the government had to step down because of the need to cut of the cuts they offered and they didn't pass through in the parliament. So this is a daunting picture when you look at the number of public debt in a number of European governments. So the prospects are not that bright at all. And also building on your experience in Ukraine today, do you have this sense of urgency that Ukraine could fall as a victim of ongoing or upcoming potential cuts?
So let me start by saying that I have a luxury to be not so politically correct. And money isn't a problem. So the problem is the idea. So if based on identity, country's identity or union's identity, you have an idea and you know what kind of impact, long-term impact you want to achieve, then you sell that idea to the public and you will mobilize resources. It's simple. So let's look to Lithuania's case. Just a few years ago, we were struggling with 2% of GDP to defend ourselves. Although we perfectly knew that this threat is existing. But when the war started in Ukraine, so of course it was easier to sell the idea to our public that we need to increase our army's financing needs and fulfill them. So basically, and what Minister was saying, that we need rebranding. Let's make development cooperation great again. And usually with strategies, the biggest mistake is when we start with measures. And it seems to me that in development cooperation, we have so many different measures, so many different ways to cooperate, a lot of different platforms, a lot of different partners, thousands of stakeholders, and it's very difficult to achieve a consensus from one side, and all of us are competing as well in this development cooperation field. So you ask for an advice. So my advice would be to reformulate the question. So the question for our panel discussion was that what could be sellable from political point of view to the public. It doesn't work that way. So let's remind ourselves, based on our identity, what are the long-term interests of our country, and then shape our value proposition in terms of development cooperation so that the public and stakeholders in general can support us. For public sector, it's not so easy to sell ideas. But we can learn from ultra-left and ultra-right how to sell ideas. And for us, it could be easier because we fully understand what kind of long-term interests of our country should be preserved. So be more brave, and money will follow.
Thank you. And Ambassador Marčiulytė, there's another angle of the competition here. I would call it a geographical angle. So while serving in one of the ODA countries, do you feel the Ukraine effect or the Ukraine impact on international assistance programs in Mongolia, for example? Is the international donor community now too heavily focused on Ukraine that other less developed countries are put aside? And just to also revert to the Minister's question, as withdrawal of USAID from the global scene or global stage has impacted what the European Union and other donors were doing in countries like Mongolia?
I'm 11th year in Asia, so I saw a lot of examples of international cooperation and assistance, some successful, some not. And I would say if I start with the USAID withdrawing, of course, it was very visible. Unfortunately, it was very visible, and many NGOs came to us asking for assistance, and we said we cannot chip in because we have what we have, we planned already. And we cannot bridge the gap that US left. But of course, we could a little bit maybe redesign certain projects to encompass additional partners. And it was a good opportunity for us to say that and reiterate that we are not withdrawing from anywhere, we are reliable and we are predictable. That was very much appreciated. Speaking about Ukraine, of course it has impacts for Mongolia because they are very close by. And if you remember, that if we have difficult neighbors and normal neighbors, Mongolia has only two very difficult neighbors, and they have no choice. They don't have a third neighbor that is a real neighbor for them. And because of that, they really face issues. And now, for example, when we know that there is a shortage of fuel in Russia, in Mongolia, we have huge lines for petrol because they are supplies from Russia. So when I left, they had kilometers of cars waiting for fuel. And it's not very clear what will happen this winter because 20% of energy is coming from Russia. So why it's very important now that we all help Mongolia, and we are working together with, European, but not only, so-called third neighbors to to assist Mongolia to have their energy independence. Because they can do that, they have a huge potential of electricity if we look at solar and wind energy. Because, contrary to us, when it's in winter, when it's dark, it's dark. In Mongolia, it could be -30, but it's sunny. And they now use 0.06% of their potential, and they can have, they can become an exporter of solar energy even to China if they establish this in Gobi. So they do understand that. And why Mongolia is very attractive to Europeans, what I can say, because we just had a very successful European Mongolia First Business and Investment Forum, because Mongolians are very pro-Europeans. And they are pro-Europeans because they are democracy and they want to survive as democracy. And they are really squeezed and they are always threatened and they always seek assistance with whom they could cooperate and try to balance what they have. So, and where I see the big potential now for all partners, so we need really to be clever. First of all, when we have our assistants there, we need to get our businesses implementing it. The problem is, for example, when you have a tender, you don't have Europeans participating. And the problem is then we always end up with China because there is no option. And when we ask why Europeans are not participating, they say, but they will select Chinese all the time. It's not true. We spoke with the Prime Minister recently about tenders in the country. And he said, look, we are looking now at this efficiency criteria as well. And what we did, we established a panel where we have physical experts, like people, and then you have AI. And AI said that, for example, buying tires, European tires that are much more expensive, they will last much longer, and we bought them, being very expensive. So what I would say that what is important for us, like, as Lithuania, we need to identify some kind of focal countries where we want to have impact, not only in Ukraine, but wider. Like Luxembourg does, for example, they have focal countries where they work and they really are visible there. In Mongolia, I would say we have Czech Republic or Poland, very active, not speaking about, of course, France or Germany. But then we can make a big impact. And what we never remember in Lithuania, I keep telling this 10 years already, I think, scholarships. If you look at importance of scholarships and outcomes of it, Hungary could be a very good example, whatever you say about the country, because they give 200, 150 scholarships per year for students in those countries. And then everywhere you meet people, they say, we studied in Hungary, we know Europe. And then they have their good relations everywhere, right? So you have your partners established. Now, the president of Mongolian Chamber of Commerce graduated in Poland, and he's the main importer of Polish products. So that's the bridge as well, And our advantage and our added value, I would say, which we could also use, because, we know how to deal with propaganda and fact-checking and everything better than many countries. And those countries like Mongolia, they really need that because they are constantly flooded with this fake information from both sides, and they really seek for this. Then, now we will have European Investment Bank just signed 1 billion MOU with Mongolia for different projects, starting with mapping of rare materials, because most probably you heard that Mongolia is very rich in that, and sometime in the future it will be a very rich country. And then ending with solar energy. But then we will need Europeans participating in implementation. Because if we spend again 1 billion euros for Chinese companies, that would be not the best solution. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, I guess this rich menu of proposals will inspire also Lithuanian Development Cooperation to look closer at Mongolia. But I would like to, I could ask ChatGPT, but I would like to ask you, Ambassador Kumzha, if you had to reconcile long lines at the petrol stations in Mongolia or dark cities of Ukraine, where would you put the priority, and how actually to make a morally justifiable choice in this regard. I ask you as a human being and as a former ambassador, maybe you could also share a little bit of your experiences while you were working there. This was the beginning, not only of Ukraine's democratic revolution, but also beginning of Lithuania's development cooperation policy. What have you witnessed then, and what you see having grown and expanded since then?
Okay. Good morning. The main message, very important message, delivered former finance minister. Money is not the problem. Let's talk about ideas and about. I think very important is to analyze our experience. Your question is good. To analyze our experience and to analyze previous projects and maybe some mistakes. I remember at the embassy in Kiev, in times of peace, we often raise the question of whether our assistance is truly effective. Do our efforts actually achieve the final goals? Do they help people? And I remember one example. At the time, we were helping to inform the Ukrainian public about NATO. We produced 7, I don't remember exactly, maybe 9 films about the daily lives of NATO soldiers in various countries. Lithuania, Poland, Germany, France. It was a serious, high-quality project, very expensive. But when the films were ready, the Ukrainian broadcasters decided to show the films, to show them after midnight on a channel with only 2% viewership. As the Ukrainians say, the money was thrown to the wind. Як українці говорять, гроші на вітер. Є тут українці, я думаю. Today, as a brutal war continues, this question, how to make our help meaningful, has become more important because the needs are enormous and the resources are limited. Ukraine needs military support, medical aid, and even the most basic things for survival. Do you remember, you know maybe, that during siege of Mariupol, people died of hunger in the middle of Europe, where we believed a strong humanitarian system existed. And this leads me to this conclusion. We must not limit ourselves to institutional assistance. We must mobilize greater efforts to invite business community, doctors, psychologists, artists, and so on. Then I will deliver maybe one idea. When we speak of rebuilding Ukraine, we must remember it is not only homes, hospitals, and power stations that must be rebuilt. It is also the human body and spirit, soul. Today in Ukraine, we see thousands of people injured by war, soldiers and civilians alike. They need medical treatment, prosthetics, but important, and related to us. The programs to help them return to life, to learn, to work, to live with dignity. There are many people ready to help. They only need organization and some financial support. Psychological trauma is another deep wound, and we can do a lot here too. Of course, it is not easy. The wounds are severe, and there is a shortage of trained specialists. I know, I saw Ukrainian psychologists themselves needed therapy. And my last remark is about children, because I'm volunteer in the Ukrainian Center, established by First Ladies of Ukraine and Lithuania, Pani Zelenska and Nausėdienė. Refugee children came to me asking for books in Ukrainian, saying, I'm losing my mind without good books. That is why we started the initiative Books Without Borders. We brought thousands of books for these children. I was amazed to see that even during the war, so many beautiful books were still being printed. And the last remark, what I will say is about business as usual. Lithuanians have many reasons to help Ukraine at any circumstance, but there is also a great reason for all of us, for Europeans, our common humanity, compassion for those who suffer. As long as innocent people die, as long as women and children are killed, as long as soldiers fall, we cannot become business as usual. That was my remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. I can only say wow, and I take my words back, forget Mongolia. We will focus on Ukraine and Ukraine in the first place. I'm kidding, of course. But Mr. Minister, maybe just now going back to the immediate subject of our today's discussion, this hard power and soft power, security and development. How do you imagine yourself this possible New Deal? What would be the parameters, or to use your language, can we try to draw a scenario how security and development could be reconciled in Lithuania's long-term, 10-year-long national policy? A consensus, political party consensus, I don't know. I'm just trying to think with you here.
I think very much what is needed, and that would be precondition, is to educate politicians about the very projects, programs, and effects that we are creating. Show the examples. As I remember, that was done in the case of Afghanistan. That's how I learned what we are doing in Chakcharan. I don't know whether someone was there in the last 10 years, how it looks like. All these, the stadium that was there for football built with cooperation with Japan, and the hospital and the other projects, and also the park for the local community, I remember. And that was the very purpose, to educate what we are doing there, what is the effect, and how it contributes to overall our efforts and to the very security, to the then stationed troops there. So remembering this experience, I think that's what is very much needed right now. And the reasons for the additional tools and for additional contributions are obvious. And just Ambassador Kumja just explained. So this is the already done part. Now we have to proceed with what is making the difference, where is the impact, and how we will measure it. And I think after doing this, then we can go to the subject of overall tools that we want to see and develop in our foreign policy and security policy. And then we can talk about, and we should talk about, and Lithuania, that's a topic somewhere beyond, about the concept of power, what it is, in the very title of our discussion. What is power? We're all the time thinking about the security, increasing security, vulnerability, reducing vulnerability, risks, what we're doing with the risk. We are mitigating the risk, we are managing the risk, we are putting them down, up, we just outsource them to international organizations. You can take this risk. We are not thinking in the terms and the concepts of power. You have to be powerful in purpose to use this, to increase your security. And when we talk power, then we have all the other elements, not only hard security, but also economic security measures, sanctions, trade policies. Right now, when we are exposed to the meteorological balloons disrupting our civil aviation, what instrument we use? We use border. We now also use our channels and the tools that we can use at the EU level, and so forth. So these are within the power concept. And continuing on this one, we have to think about power and security in the longer term. And this is where the development cooperation comes in. So, okay, for the next year, another year, yes, with the aggression against Ukraine, everything was squeezed in a time. So all these scenarios that we are talking and developing, they're very much immediate and short term. But when we're talking about the medium term and long term scenarios, we have to project also our power. And our power projection will be in a hard way within the NATO, with all the posture increase and with all the hard equipment that we will get and weaponry. But there has to be also the soft power tools around us. And one will be the category of the structural, so to say, power that comes from the international organizations. That's why I invest so much into EU enlargement and in Ukraine accession to EU. And the other will be bilateral and in other forms of cooperation and multilateral, but not within the EU. And here comes development cooperation. We will invest into the future perspectives and opportunities for our trade, investment through development cooperation tools, and also into the stability of the region. And this is why it is so much needed, the strong and reliable partner within the Ukraine as such. And that's why we take it whole of the government concept in it when we approach Ukraine government, not yet from Lithuania side. And that is as I already mentioned, the future reconstruction, and that is the future good governance in Ukraine, and that is the future transparency. And that's why we have already here, and also colleagues from Special Investigation Service that assisting Ukraine a lot in anti-corruption practices. We are investing in good friend and partner with whom we will build all the other instruments. So taking the longer term, understanding what makes an impact, understanding what is in your hands as the tools, and here you have the answer. Sorry for a bit academical approach, but that is the building the future and for everyone. And this is where Lithuania can be also the partner. And help a lot with understanding the environment, with understanding what works, what doesn't, and also sharing our approach and our mood.
Thank you, and not forgetting that development cooperation also allows to build partnerships. And this morning's mentioning of Irish government joining us on this important project in Ukraine, which we of course very much appreciate, is not the only example. We are so happy to cooperate with Ireland also in demining, in the framework of demining coalition with Japan and other countries in other areas as well. And we would like to continue. Maybe this project Future School of Ukraine is so important as an exemplary case of what the multiplication effects across all of the future Ukraine could be if we successfully manage this particular case. I'm just referring to that. If there are any other willing donors in this room or elsewhere, just come and join Lithuania to do this together. But looking at the needs of Ukraine that are already known and declared, the reconstruction cost as registered today is roughly 600 billion euros. That's a lot of money. Mr. Shapoka, I'm turning to you. The public budgets will not be able to generate that. How are we going to reach that number? So that's one part of the question. And the other part of the question, now with 600 billion, at least 600 billion going into Ukraine, what kind of risks and tensions that might create for Ukraine itself? Is Ukraine ready to absorb this amount of money? How long it will take to absorb this amount of money? And what can we learn from our own experiences being an accession country of the European Union, for example? That's those experiences we could share with Ukraine already today.
Yeah, it's a very important question because absorption capacities, of course, are very limited for various very objective reasons. And Lithuania's example is also very good, that even when the money is there, sometimes you lack of ideas how to spend it. But of course, in Ukraine, there are a lot of areas where money is needed, especially during the war and after the war. All those reconstruction needs, they are huge, as you mentioned. It's 600 billion, or in other estimations say that it can be trillions. In public money, of course, cannot solve this problem, and additionally, we need private money. We need leverage in this respect. And when we discuss what Lithuania can do in this respect, so the first thing, apart from consultants, apart from help for the EU integration, first thing that comes to my mind is energy sector. And Lithuania, in recent years, managed to transform its energy sector with renewables at a very fast pace. And this experience can be used in Ukraine. And if we want to become more powerful, if we want to create more impact, we need to risk as well. For example, establish a daughter company of Ignitis in Ukraine. And with this, we would lead by example. If we establish our offices of Ignitis, of our railway company, other state-owned companies, private business also will follow. It's leading by example. And if we cannot risk, then of course business won't contribute. So my advice: be more brave.
I'll just ask for a quick reaction, Minister. How about this idea of having our states, public capital companies establishing their offices in Ukraine? Would you support that?
Yeah, that's a small provocation, knowing the political debate where we are now is Ignitis, and there are people trying to nationalize it.
Just a small remark: if Ignitis can have daughter companies in Poland, in Latvia, in other countries, why not Ukraine?
But speaking more seriously about the perspectives, yeah, I totally agree. Because that would be the area and also the environment to move fast and to provide the faster results, and to also to shortcut all the stages that other countries are stuck in. For example, where the green energy is not so popular because the nuclear energy is so much developed, like in Japan or in other places. So for Ukraine, that would be the huge opportunity and also for us as the investors to jump in there. So I would totally support, because I believe it can be the case. Not about the specific Ignitis issue. I leave it to my colleagues, other ministers, but for all the other companies to be present there, as we already have the projects, not only with supplies of the transformators or generators to Ukraine, but also with the solar power panels and the ones that we're offering also to the educational institutions. So it's a huge area. And that's indeed another example that would not only public money needed, but also the private investment needed. Of course, part of those of the money we will take from the frozen, now frozen assets, but that will be additional interest that is seen everywhere from the institutional investors and others to go into Ukraine. And they need to set up the base for it and those first steps to make. So it's now, right now, is the time to be there present, and it's the easiest way to be there through the development cooperation. So that is our message also to the private partners on which we build this possible cooperation. And that's and at this moment I just want to return, if I may already go, you gave me the mic. So on our language and our key definitions that we use with different audiences. And it's not for here for the professional crowd, but when we're approaching politicians, we need this new vocabulary to use, because we have the very good one with the businesses that I already seen. They get the idea where will the added value come, where are the profit opportunities, where are the investment opportunities for the longer term. It is clear with the NGOs, it is clear with the countries where we are participating, but now we need this right vocabulary with the politicians that make the decision. Okay, use these public money, go, do the impact, and we're struggling here. So that's why I'm also looking forward for the answers.
Well, I'm not turned to Ambassador Mačiulionytė. Also, maybe if you want to respond on the new language, but would also like to tap into your broad experience working in faraway countries, because you've been not currently youth representative in Mongolia, but you were youth representative in Laos. Which is again another important and interesting partner of EU. So trying to combine your professional experiences there and the development cooperation needs we face today, how would you see the possibility of bringing this security angle in the development policy debate of the European Union? How relevant it could be when you speak in countries like Laos or Mongolia also about security, that development cooperation would bring, not only for those countries alone, but what European Union needs, security in European continent.
It is an interesting question, because those countries, Mongolia and Laos, they of course are very different. And for Laos, you know that the system is still not very democratic there. So when we were explaining, the war that Russia actually started in Ukraine, for Laos was very careful, because, presence of Russia is still very obvious there, especially in military. And then we had to be very innovative and inventive, because even with press conferences that we helped Ukraine to organize, because Ukraine is not present there, Russia is, and it was our initiative of EU delegation that we had on behalf of Ukraine press conferences. It was not easy to get permissions, but we managed, and we were simply having in parallel with Russia. So that was something that we really tried to address the audience. And after all our social media posts, we had lots of bots and different comments, very hostile, getting into it and explaining. But we also got people who were quite understanding. So those security dialogues are very important, because first of all, we need to understand that for us in Europe, it's very clear. For Asia, it's much less clear what is happening, because quite often it's not their war. And they really don't know much, and they think in a different way. For Mongolia, again, it's different, because they cannot speak up that much because of very clear reasons. Because anytime they could have their airspace closed, or some big shortages in whatever, fuel, electricity or something, And they are not very vocal, but their understanding is there, and especially young people, because young people, which is 60% of population up to 35 years, they are very young, and they are studying, abroad, and their perception is quite clear, and their comments when Russians, for example, want to open some branch of the university in Mongolia, that the comments were quite impressive, I would say. Then we also need to remember that Mongolia is a very big contributor to UN peacekeeping operations, one of the main countries. And here we had many projects with them, including the UN female peacekeepers training together with Slovenia. And those security concerns for Mongolia are very clear, and you don't need to explain to them a lot. And sometimes they simply tell, we are not very vocal, but when we can, we do, and we support. But you need to understand our situation as well, which is very fragile, I would say. So that this in Mongolia, you can see quite a good ally there, maybe silent one.
Oh, we have a few minutes left. I'm turning to the audience. Maybe you have some pertinent question you want to ask? Yes, one in the back of the room. Can you pass the mic, please?
Hello, everybody. My name is Renata Kulesh, and I'm government liaison officer for UN Refugee Agency here in Vilnius. So maybe just to make a point to add to this discussion that potentially we should as well not forget about the most vulnerable people in Ukraine who are displaced, who are on the front lines, and as well to think about the international organizations, for example, such as the UN Refugee Agency, which could as well be very helpful because it has a wide range of partnerships with the local NGOs in Lithuania to support. And if we think about the problem of the absorption of the money, also there are certain organizational elements that are already at place. So please as well consider this, because investment like this through the international organizations to the local NGOs, I think this is both win-win situation for everybody. So count on us as well here in Lithuania. Thank you.
Valid point, and thank you very much for the work you are doing. One more question we'll take from there.
Oshra Rulushanita from Environmental Projects Management Agency. I wanted to thank you for this interesting discussion. I think that 10 years ago in academia we talked about this distinction between hard power and soft power. And it wasn't that acceptable to talk about it on the stage, and today we can do that. As representative for the Environmental Projects Management Agency, I have a question about the environment projects. And I'm interested and curious also about all these echoes from European Commission, maybe more even in Lithuania, about us cutting budget for environmental projects and bringing it to defense. And when thinking about the hard power and soft power, as the topic indicates, how we as environmental project agencies should position our projects and our activities. Should it be something like more on the side of the nature protection, and then it falls more into the soft power category? Should it fall more onto the defense side, like nature-inspired defense systems or green guns, for us to maintain the political support in our own country?
Minister, anything on green guns?
That is the very reason why I also mentioned that we need the right also vocabulary in explaining what you're doing, because I know that you understand the very impact of your efforts and of these projects also in Ukraine. What it is to bring back, the environment to the space where it has to be. Demining is one of the elements. We're also talking about the nature and environmental, policies that is related to the energy and the others. So for you, that is clear. And how to transform it to the language that would be understandable and that would be not washed out, I do not have the clear answer here. I see the risk of calling everything security. I see the risk is if everything is security, then nothing is security. Or calling everything the priority. Not everything is priority. But among those priority lists, we have to have the strong linkage and strong logic. What is in there for the immediate term? What is in there for the longer term? And you cannot go into the phases that today we are buying howitzers and some anti-aircraft cannons, and then tomorrow we will invest in nature. It won't work like this. So there will be nothing to invest there tomorrow. So we have to look for the right words. And of course, for me, what it is, I would tell what it is. Talking about this sort of project, this is for the stability and this is for the normalization of the conditions of functioning of the country and of building the environment also for our investments into the future and for reconstruction of the country. Same with the social stability and displaced people. That is all about it. If there will be the social tensions there and the problems that are very located somewhere, it won't help us into building somewhere else the stronger resilience at the end of the day. But the first thing what I would do getting this question, I would go to the political director to consult a bit. Maybe Laimonas has some ideas about green guns.
Well, I might have an answer, but we're running out of time, so maybe just a few concluding words. Ambassador Kumzha, you are a public speaker, and you are a person with media experience. Can you lend a few helpful words for the minister who is looking for...
Maybe very short message to our Ukrainian friends. Lithuanian rulers, the first agreement between Ukraine and Lithuania, among Ukraine and Lithuania, has been signed 800 years ago among Lithuanian and Ukrainian rulers. And since then, we are together and we will stay together.
Thank you. Well, I believe this is a good conclusion. We'll stay together. We'll stay together not only Lithuania and Ukraine, we'll stay together all partners currently engaged in the reconstruction and in supporting Ukraine's needs and then supporting the needs of all developing countries. It's really a great feeling to see how big the community and the ecosystem of people, companies, and NGOs is involved in development cooperation of Lithuania has become. So all the best for you who are working in this area. Let's do it better. Let's switch to a new gear. And thank you very much to everyone.
What a broad and insightful discussion we had. So one big round of applause for our panelists. So we had quite a wide discussion on how to switch the gear in Lithuania's development cooperation. And we talked about ideas and new vocabulary that we need to use to sell the importance of the development cooperation to our public. Now I would like to invite for the second panel, where we will focus more on European Union. I will be moderating this panel, and I would like to invite the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sigitas Mitkus, to join the panel. Ambassador of Ireland to Lithuania, Shana McHugh, Haya Shute, Deputy Director of Development Cooperation, OECD, Mante Makauskaite, Ukraine to EU team Program Coordinator, and Tanya Cox, Director of Concord, the European Confederation of NGOs working on sustainable development and international cooperation.
Hello, I hope the mic is working, yes. Welcome once again to the discussion, which will focus on the EU, how we will together be shaping the future of EU external action. As we know, many challenges now, not only Lithuania's development cooperation, but also EU itself is facing due to the competing needs everywhere. And we are embarking on the negotiations on the next MFF. Many issues to discuss, and I will start with this first question to all of the panelists. Since Europe is rethinking its global role in the area of multiple simultaneous crises, from your perspectives, what should define effective EU external action and development cooperation in the world? And I would like to start with the Deputy Minister, Sigitas.
Thank you, Aiste. And of course, I will start with a few words on global context and where are we now? And the previous panelists and my minister mentioned trends in the development cooperation policy, and of course in some member states of European Union and in the third countries and our partner countries, the trends are not so positive when it comes to different projects being implemented in the third countries. And for us it's a challenge, and we are advocating for bigger budget for development cooperation, and we do see value added in what we are doing, and we do see the results after the implementation of practically all projects. And this is the challenge that we have to tackle. Aiste mentioned the negotiations on next financial multi-annual framework of the European Union. Of course, 200 billion euros. Which is under consideration in the Council, and we are looking at the discussions very positively in the sense of the objectives to have more simple, more transparent, more effective the EU financial instruments. And having said that, creating new partnerships in the world, and we recently came back from Global Gateway Forum, which was organized a few weeks ago in Brussels, and we saw the need from the third countries for partnerships. And we are ready to create new partnerships. We are ready to co-finance the projects, and we are ready to share with our experience. When it comes to other continents and partnerships in Africa, Indo-Pacific, it's very good that our colleagues in different departments inside the Ministry of Foreign Affairs are and also in other institutions, they have much more broader view than it was 10 or 20 years ago. So we are implementing different projects in different continents, in different countries, in different sectors. And we are very happy having such a great community in Lithuania, being able to create partnerships.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. I will probably come back a bit later on again, trying to find out this answer, what we will bring to Europe, to European voice. But let's continue with Ambassador Sheina now. What is your view to European external action? We as Europeans, EU is not like our individual. We, all of the member states, form this voice. So from your perspective, and especially Ireland's perspective as a big donor, what should be the future of EU external action? How it should look like?
Thanks very much, Aysten. Thank you, Vice Minister. We are at a time in the world where there's a huge focus on reforms in the multilateral space, be it in the EU or the UN, on the future of development cooperation. And there's a lot of thinking happening, and there's a lot of plans to have thinking happening in different fora, and a lot of these have merit. For us, from an Irish perspective, a good result of these would see a multilateral system that is accountable, eliminates duplication, strengthens cooperation, and most importantly, delivers on the ground for those most in need. And when I say accountable, I'm including in that a system that fosters the trust of both the beneficiaries and also the taxpayers behind the donors. And picking up on the point made by Mr. Shapoka earlier, we should be proud that the EU and its member states are the single largest ODA donor in the world, and we should do our best to help our citizens understand the worth of what we are doing in this space and the importance of our contributions, and what that conversation can look like in different countries can be different. I know in my country, what resonates most deeply for reasons of our history is the moral imperative. In other countries, there could be other arguments such as security or trade benefits. So from an Irish development specialist perspective, and I should note I am not a development specialist myself, it's fundamentally about this question about moving from crisis. It's fundamentally about reducing humanitarian need and moving from a crisis setting to a more sustainable footing, bringing beneficiaries from a situation of barely surviving to living dignified and safe lives. And in the development space, they talk about putting the humanitarian development peace nexus at the center. And we very much hold that close to us as we approach these questions. And one of the topics particularly that came through in the earlier panel is the question of interests and values. And I think we cannot have these discussions without reflecting on the tension that is between interests and values. And, you know, every country has to weigh up the balance for themselves. And again, if I quote Mr. Shapoka, I think we should be brave also in reflecting on and reviewing what that balance is as time passes, because what is the correct balance between values and interests in one moment in your time can change and evolve. But anyway, coming to the nub of your question, credibility is what has to be at the heart of partnerships. And Ambassador Marciunalite spoke of being a principled and reliable partner earlier on. And I would add to that credibility doesn't come from just the size of your wallet. It includes those values, and it's built over time. And by being consistent and having principled words and actions, and it's very much undermined, particularly in times like today, by being seen to have double standards or ulterior motives or being mercurial. You need to be principled and reliable and to be credible, and you need to be credible to be seen as a good partner in development cooperation today.
Thank you, Ambassador Sheina. Indeed, I think this for EU, which is built on values, these are not and should not be contradicting ideas, basing our actions on interests and on values. This should be one other reinforcing ideas for our external action. So now I turn to Haya Schutte, Deputy Director of Development Cooperation for OECD, and it would be really interesting to hear from a bit different perspective. How do you look in the multilateral world, and what is the EU's role actually now? Then the finances for development are diminishing. Then other donors are going out of the field. So what will be the EU's voice? What should be EU's voice in this situation?
Yeah, thanks a lot. I mean, I think we have brilliantly heard on the first panel and also by the previous speaker that we're obviously in the times of disruption. Your neighborhood, our neighborhood, Ukraine, changing development cooperation, impacting our fiscal space. We have obviously the big issue of climate change out there. We have humanitarian crises. Yesterday we also talked about the fact that employment needs to be generated in order to react to growing population. Otherwise, there's the threat of migration. So I think the discourse is one obviously of disruption and of risks. At the same time, if one attends international conferences, there's also the flip side in the sense of, well, we are in a messy space, but it's also a crisis, always also an opportunity to reframe, to rethink and reframe what we do. And so as you have alluded to, there's a lot of thinking now internationally ongoing, also at the OECD. The Development Assistance Committee, so that's the place at the OECD where all the major donors come together, who are the providers of about 90% of concessional finance for the international but also bilateral system. They have started a reflection process. Now, the European Union is obviously a very, very big player. The European Union, but also together with the European bilateral players, make up, I think, about 70% of all concessional finance. You are major shareholders of the multilateral system. You are shareholders of bilateral players. So whatever Europe, and if you like, the European Commission does, is kind of leading the overall international event. And you referred to the Global Gateway. That's, some say it's a reaction to the Belt and Road Initiative of China, focus on investments in infrastructure that is then the basis for economic growth, prosperity, employment, but doing it differently than China is doing that, more value-driven. Very, very key is obviously the mobilization of private finance. I think that the European Commission has established this very substantial, very big, if you like, also powerful Global Gateway platform. And I think it sees increasingly merit. I have to restrict myself. We normally, as the OECD, never ever talk about individual members. There is a peer review just ongoing to be published in 2 weeks about the European Union by the OECD, with other OECD members basically peer reviewing the European Union. So that's to come, a bit here, propaganda for those that are interested about the European Union, 2 weeks to come, 2 weeks to wait still. But let me just say on private finance mobilization, because there the European Union is playing a leader's role, a forefront role. I had the pleasure to be part of a high-level expert group that was advising the European Commission on the issue, how it could, also with view of its new financing framework, even gear up its private finance mobilization approach. Big picture, you know, whatever you do also in private finance should be part of a strategic dialogue. It clearly should be part of a vision, of a strategy, obviously, of the European Union in partnership with players. But then it was very much about, well, if you have a lot of money and a lot of instruments available, how do you use that to the best and greatest impact? Here we talk about scaling what works, standardization of approaches, being more efficient, but also pushing the boundary of what you do for greater impact, measuring more, collecting data and being more effective in mobilizing the private sector. Adaptation, but then also issues like local currency. We know that too often we are providing funding in hard currency, which then leaves the currency risk with people that cannot actually repay it. So that lets the European Union, for example, to capitalize foreign currency platform significantly. So that's very, very important. But also rather sophisticated approaches like securitization of the portfolio of MDBs. So that sounds pretty financial. The basic idea is if MDBs sit on their loans, the lending capacity for new stuff is reduced. But if you could place the risk or even the assets with the capital markets, more headroom is generated and these institutions can do more. So that's where a big player, a sophisticated player that is supported by the member states come in, and they are more moving into these kind of high impact, high scale, big scale approaches. Obviously, there's always a flip side. There are concerns about, well, if you then more focus on middle-income countries and Ukraine, please be, take care of humanitarian issues of LDCs and so. But that's maybe for a second round of discussion. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hai. I think it reminded me a bit the previous discussion of the idea said by former Minister of Finance that money are there, it's not a problem. The idea is the problem. So I turn to Mante Makauskaitė, who is the leader, the project manager of the Ukraine to EU program, supporting Ukraine's integration to European Union. And I think in this project, we do have an idea, no? What we want. As European Union, what we want from our partner country. So please, Bence, share your thoughts. How is it working? Is it a way, like an exemplary way, how EU should work implementing its development cooperation?
Thank you, Esther. Good morning, everyone. I think Ukraine is definitely a very interesting place to reflect on EU as an actor. Because it's rather, on the one hand, the needs are enormous. On another hand, the environment is quite competitive. So you also need to make sense to your partners. You need to make sense among different donors. You need to understand how to work as EU and then with member states, etc. But I was actually more reflecting, sitting in the panel and listening to the panel before, on the one hand, that the disruption that you mentioned, I feel like this discourse of disruption of development cooperation has been there since I entered this field, and I consider myself a development cooperation professional, operating in it since 2011, if to calculate the studies. So it's an ongoing disruption, and maybe the invasion of Ukraine just sort of accelerated it a bit more. And another thing that I reflected was that even though I consider myself a development cooperation professional, when it comes to working with EU instruments, I never worked with EU instruments that come from DG DevCo or DG INTPA. They were always either from DG Home with a very specific interest on legal migration, and now from enlargement agenda. And I think this is what makes it interesting and somewhat more impact-driven, and I don't want to sound condescending towards the so-called traditional development cooperation, but I think this very clear geopolitical interest behind certain instruments and funding really pushes implementers to deliver impact. And of course, on the one hand, I worked in the legal migration field before. The idea was to create more legal pathways for countries from where there are a lot of illegal migration flows, which is both politically sensitive, difficult, etc. But the interest there pushed different actors in this field to really think how to make meaningful use of the funding coming from the EU, because it is very easy to measure whether you succeed or not. And the same goes with the enlargement, with Ukraine's EU accession. I feel rather lucky or privileged to manage this program because it has a very clear outcome orientation. We try to be very careful with, on the one hand, careful but also deliberate with our language. That is not, the program is designed to not just support a never-ending process of getting Ukraine closer to the EU. It has a very clear target to prepare Ukraine for EU membership. And on the one hand, it puts a lot of pressure on people in the program. You know, when you say that you do certain thing, you can be held accountable. But I think the EU needs to do more of it, to have really bold commitments on what we want to achieve with our projects. And I think in Ukraine, again, maybe because it's such a natural interest driven, I mean, our security interest driven, European way of life interest driven, area where we operate, I think EU is definitely a strong actor and getting stronger. And if we reflect on, you know, how to design EU external action, etc., at least my feeling is that in Ukraine, the EU has rather good way of doing things via these flagship programs, where in certain policy areas where it's important for the country and important for the EU, we have big programs, and despite the fact that there are a lot of other actors, other donors in other international organizations in the field, once you have this really big instrument where both EU and member states contribute, you can't be ignored in a sense, and you become a little bit an agenda setter. And I think it is a definitely good example to follow, not only in Ukraine, but also in other partner countries.
Thank you very much, Mante, for this suggestion to be an agenda setter. Now I turn to Tanya Cox, who is Director of Concord, the European Confederation of NGOs working on sustainable development and international cooperation. And I would like to ask you, Tanya, what is your approach? Do we, as EU, need to change the ways we work in our external and development cooperation? Or are there some good things that we have in our traditional ways of working in development cooperation? Would be interesting to hear from your perspective.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to take a slightly different perspective, if I may, to the conversation. One might call it playing devil's advocate. I have been listening very carefully to what's been said, and my impression is it's a somewhat EU-centric perspective that we're hearing. And Concord is in the very fortunate position of having a lot of partners around the world. We work very closely with African civil society, with Latin American civil society, slightly less with Asian civil society, but we're trying to increase that as well. So we do hear a lot from many of the EU partner countries around the world, clearly somewhat more from a civil society perspective. So that's just putting a bit the context. I couldn't agree more that the EU should be proud, as you said, Ambassador, of the amount of ODA that it contributes to partner countries around the world, that it works, closely with partner countries. I think it should be enormously proud of the support that's being given to Ukraine. And I think that that does contribute to the EU's credibility. However, I also ask myself the question, given that the EU is the world's largest donor of ODA, are we having the impact that might normally go with that? My sincere impression is that the EU's impact is actually gradually reducing around the world, in partner countries and partner regions. And I don't think that the EU is playing quite the role that it could be playing, given its history, given the importance of many of the EU countries, given the importance of the money that we could be contributing and dedicating to making the world a more prosperous, safer place. Is this what the EU is actually trying to do? Is it trying to make the world a safer, more prosperous place for everyone? If you look at what's happening in Ukraine, if you look at what happens in Gaza, is that what the EU has been doing? No, we've been left aside where it comes to peace negotiations. What about fragile contexts? The Sahel. You rightly mentioned the Global Gateway earlier on as being one of the most flagship initiatives that's come from the EU in recent years. Does the Global Gateway concentrate on fragile contexts to make them safer and more prosperous? No, it doesn't. It concentrates on the EU's interests and bringing prosperity to Europe. So is that going to increase the EU's role as a global actor and an appreciated partner by other countries around the world? Up to a point, but maybe not as much as the EU could if it were to do business differently. I think one other thing is at stake here, and where I think it's very challenging for the EU. The EU is made up of 27 member states. It also has different institutions. And the 27 member states don't always speak with one voice. We know that. And that does make it very hard then to act as a powerful, important global actor on the world stage. And I think we need to recognize that. But then that means we also need a certain humility as the EU. And we need to be aware of what we can achieve. Or we need to get our house in order so that we can be more assertive and we can speak with one voice. And maybe there are some choices to be made there. But when you have infighting between the member states, and you have infighting between the EU institutions and services, and I know that that is going on, it does make standing up for one's beliefs and one's values a little bit trickier. Disruption has been mentioned a few times. We are indeed living in, a context where the change is speeding up, and it's true that the rules-based order that the EU is used to and was founded on is being questioned and is being uprooted, I would say even upended. And that is making things very challenging for the EU. I think the EU is wrong-footed now. I don't think the EU knows quite what to do in a context where it's no longer rules-based. But then maybe we should listen a bit more. Maybe we should engage with an open mind, really listen actively and openly to those people who have a very different discourse to the EU. And some of those protagonists, let's face it, are within the EU. They're within the EU member states themselves. If we look at the populists and the rising of populism across the EU, are we really listening to them? Are we able to engage with them? Are we listening to what people want? Because this is what we should be doing. We should be trying to respond to what people want, whether it's in Europe or whether it's around the world. Because this is what the populists are claiming to do. Whether they are or not, I'm not making a comment on that. And then we have the role of China. And the EU is running scared of China. And that's why we have all this talk about competition and, EU interests and securing our interests. And, well, rightly so. China is playing the long-term game. They have a strategy, and they had a strategy from a long time ago. So the EU is permanently playing catch-up on China. Maybe we should do things differently. Maybe we should have our own strategy, our own long-term vision, and know where we want to go. So we don't always compare ourselves with others, and we don't have to compete with others, but we know where we want to go, and we're going to have a strategy to get there. And that, I think, would then involve using the opportunities that present themselves. It could be the likes of Global Gateway, it could be something else. But it wouldn't just mean that the EU is reacting all the time. It would mean that we're proactive. And that then brings me to partnerships. What would partnerships look like in that instance? If you want to have a long-term vision and you want to have a power and influence in the world, your partnerships would then for sure be meaningful and would be win-win. Because it's only in that way that you can find allies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tanya, for bringing a bit more critical voice and not being so politically correct as we had in the previous panels as well. But that brings me to the question that I wanted to ask again to our Deputy Minister about, and you reminded us that actually we have 27 members in the EU and we have a difficulty to speak in one voice. And we as Lithuania and our neighbors, we promote cooperation with Eastern partnerships, partnership countries with Ukraine, Southern states more with Mediterranean and Africa, while the Commission is trying to balance global commitments. So how do we reconcile all of those interests? How do we find, with those different perceptions of threats and needs, how do we find this one strategy that we could pursue in our future multi-annual financial framework that we just started to negotiate on?
Thank you, Aiste, and I would like to react to what Tanya was saying, and to defend the European Union, because being a representative of EU member state, I have to somehow to react and to say a few words on what kind of discussions we have in the Council. We do understand, and everyone understands in the European Union, that we are losing against China. We are losing practically in all fronts, technologically, economically, institutionally probably, and also looking at what's happening, for example, in Africa, we are not able to compete with Chinese activities and scale of Chinese activities in Africa. But there is a but, and we want to recalibrate our activities in Brussels, in all our capitals. And we do understand that we do need solutions, sustainable solutions, financial, administrative, political, and institutional. So in all those categories, we need changes. And without changes, we will not be able to compete and to promote our values in third countries. And I do believe that cross-sectoral links are very important. Development cooperation and security, development cooperation and trade, economy, and all other sectors. And we need to scale up our activities. More look at what you rightly said, what people want. But we need financing. And everyone now talks about financing for development. Yesterday I had a very good meeting with Jakob from World Bank, and we were discussing new financial instruments based on securitization, based on securitized products that could attract new private capital into development cooperation. And I remember in Sevilla, at the UN conference, many people were discussing about new financial instruments, but no one knew what kind of new instruments could be put on the table. And now with the securitization products, maybe we could attract and expand our financial capacities.
Thank you. So now I turn to Shayna, Ambassador Shayna. to see if she could answer this question of how do we reconcile different approaches and different interests of EU member states, and knowing that Ireland has a really distinctive approach to development cooperation, emphasizes partnership and solidarity. What would be the ways that Ireland would promote how to integrate smaller member states' expertise into EU action? How do we shape more responsive, inclusive EU development cooperation?
Thanks, Aista. And there's a lot in there. And I think the first thing I would say is I think we don't see our approach to development cooperation as particularly distinctive. I mean, we do see it as rooted in the Treaty on European Union, in fact, which commits us to combating poverty and eventually eliminating poverty, and that guides us in our focus on the furthest behind first. And what that means is we don't do tide aid, we don't do transactional aid, and maybe the pathway the world is on, that is in a more distinctive space than it was. But I think it helps us both when we are engaging with non-EU partners, but also within the EU. It helps us to be an honest broker. And I have to be very careful in this next little bit that I say, because this time next year Ireland will be holding the presidency of the Council of the European Union, and our role will be navigating those different dynamics between member states and putting the interests of the Union as a whole and the agreed agenda of the Union as a whole above our national interests. So I will say that we will bring that strength of being an honest broker to that, and my colleagues will work very earnestly on that. And I won't say anything more or less to be misunderstood. But on your more specific question about smaller states and solidarity, and I'm speaking English, but Irish is our first national language, and all school kids in Ireland learn two old sayings, you know, the distilled wisdom of our people, and one is Ní neart go chur le chéile, which means there's no strength without working together, and the other is scath chéile a bharla na daoine, which means we live in each other's shelter. And both of these reveal a very deeply rooted worldview of, like, culturally in Ireland, of partnership and solidarity, and that comes from a space where we're a small country now, but if you think we were small communities, agrarian communities, often subsistence communities for much of our history, and that informs how we work with others who are facing similar challenges. And in terms of being a smaller state, you are necessarily aware of the limitations of your resources, your global footprint, your manpower, your access to expertise. And so it's very natural to look to others and to see where, if you have a gap, and being brave enough to recognize that gap, that you have a gap, that somebody else can partner and fill that gap. And other small states also have strengths, their own strengths, as we see ourselves as having strengths. And a prime example of that, I think, is today, where we signed a memorandum, or an addendum to the original memorandum with Lithuania, and to help promote Ukraine's EU integration, which is a priority of Ireland, and to invest in school infrastructure in Ukraine, which is also a priority of Ireland's, and they're both priorities of Lithuania. And Lithuania's knowledge on the ground in Ukraine, and its track record of delivery in projects there was compelling, and it's not something that Ireland could match. And so for us, it was a very natural partnership. And we have other partnerships with, indeed, Latvia and Estonia, which are different in outcome, but they're similar in spirit in Ukraine. And I think by working together in this way, by having success together in this way, we can demonstrate that smaller countries bring a lot to the table, and it can give weight to our voices around the table, and we can be seen by larger countries as as having impact. And I know certainly from our perspective, if we go all around the world, there are places that you would never think of where our development cooperation, gets Ireland in the door very quickly, like the small island developing states and similar, where being small, like it is not defined by the size of the wallet that you have, it's your impact and how you engage with others, if that answers your question.
For sure, and we value very much this partnership that we have with Ireland. We are eager to develop those partnerships with other donor countries. We have a partnership with Taiwan, with Andorra, and we hope that we will expand it with other countries, especially on what we do in Ukraine, where we actually see very clearly how together in Team Europe spirit we can achieve much bigger impact. So I am at this moment I am sorry, I will skip you and I will come back later. So I want to turn to Mante, because this leads very nicely from what Ambassador Shana was saying about the importance of our cooperation and support to Ukraine. And Mante, once again, I want you to dig a little bit deeper into our support to Ukraine and your experience through the project that we, as EU and Team Europe, support Ukraine's integration. Do we do everything right? Is it everything in our methodology and accession framework, what we request from Ukraine? Is everything working well, or should we somehow make it more political and rather than just technical compliance with the acquis, somehow to force this to use this transformational force in Ukraine better?
You're putting me on a hot chair. I don't think I'm in position to reflect on the accession methodology and things like that. As a project, we operate in the environment that is set politically. But before I go there, I just also was thinking about this EU speaking in one voice or not one voice. I actually almost see it as a strength, or I don't know, as a Lithuanian, I have to be an EU optimist. I think it's a good toolbox in a sense that you have EU institutions speaking in the name of the EU, and strengthened by the EU member states in certain areas, while in other areas it's sometimes good to work as a member state still with the EU agenda at the back of your mind. And for countries that are not part of this, this EU game, EU member states game may seem quite difficult and sophisticated, but once you are in and you learn how to play, it can actually be a good and strong instrument, navigate difficult political environments, and the world is not getting easy, for sure. Now, talking about Ukraine to EU and EU member states, I mean, as a program, we already have a number of member states contributing. So not only as EU, but we have Denmark, we have Lithuania, we have Sweden, now we have Ireland, and we have at least one more member state seriously considering to join. So internally we joke that at some point we hope to have at least EU 26. We'll see how that goes. But when it comes to as an EU doing everything right and supporting Ukraine on its path to the EU, I think the key question is what sort of resonated during the first panel and was also brought up now, is what do we want to achieve? And if we are serious about what we want to achieve, then it becomes rather clear what needs to be done. And you framed your question sort of whether just aligning with the EU acquis is enough. Aligning with the EU acquis for Ukraine is a big job to do. I think if we manage to do that with the timelines that are now committed to finish the technical work by 2027, it will be hell of a lot of work done in a country at war in a short period of time. But in order to do that, these are difficult things to do, difficult reforms, and anyone who has tried to do any reforms in any context probably understands that this is not just box ticking, right? There are vested interests there, and it's very hard to push these reforms when you don't have a clear target goal or clear promise, or as recently Ukrainians say, predictability. And of course, again, EU accession is equally technical as it is political, so it's hard to give those political promises for Ukraine. But I think in this geopolitical environment, and just reflecting also what Anya, you said about, I mean, where Europe wants to go, what do we want to do instead of just being a reactive, I think the world dynamic sort of dictates to us that we need bigger union, we need Ukraine and other countries as part of the EU. It is in our interest, and we need to push this further. And candidate countries, including Ukraine, needs this clear goal at the end of the tunnel. How to achieve that, I cannot comment. Maybe the deputy minister can comment on that. I can just say that even from the very perceivably technical work when it comes to aligning with the acquis, what we call the technical date of accession or the deadline by when things need to happen is definitely needed, especially when you operate in a country where there are multiple agendas at the table of civil servants that are competing with what you do now. Do you do some law that you don't know when will come into force, when you need to care, I don't know, about something to be reconstructed or the energy infrastructure, etc.? No, you don't. But if you know that it's leading you somewhere, that will soon you feel the benefits of it, then you prioritize it.
Thank you, Mante. We will come back with this question to the deputy minister later, but let me assure you that from Lithuanian perspective, we have no doubts where we want Ukraine to go, and when we want it to be as a member of European Union, an answer is clear: as soon as possible. But now I want to turn again to Tanya. We just heard this, from Mante's perspective, from Mante's insights, when we even have an idea what we want in Ukraine, but again, we sometimes struggle in putting all the efforts to the same direction. But let's move a little bit beyond Ukraine and beyond Eastern Partnership elsewhere in the world. We know that the civic space is contracting everywhere, and the NGOs, as you mentioned, that we need to listen to the partner countries, and most often these are the best heard voices that we hear are from NGOs who are asking more support to civil society, more support to human rights defenders, to democratic and rules-based approach defenders. So, what should be actually EU's strategy in supporting this elsewhere, not only where we clearly know what we want, but elsewhere in the world?
Thank you very much. I hope you don't mind if I do just take the liberty to answer part of the previous question as well, reconciling interests, because I think this is going to be super important no matter what happens. I thought I had a perfect answer for you all, and then I started thinking through my answer and I was like, ooh, this isn't going to be so easy. So what I was going to say was that at the moment, one of the things that holds the EU back is that it's very often voting by unanimity. And so, of course, then one member state votes against, and that's it, everything falls apart. So we have had conversations about moving to majority voting, which in principle should ease this. And then I started thinking of the coalitions, because you were talking about coalitions, Ambassador, that, we try to work in collaboration with like-minded member states. And I suddenly started adding up the coalition that might not be on the side of maybe what the EU might call its traditional values. And I have countries like Slovakia, Hungary, Italy, Sweden, the Netherlands, Austria, Czech Republic, France, what will happen in the future? Germany, what will happen in the future? The future is looking very, very uneasy, let's say, for the European Union. Very uneasy. And I think that this is why I was saying, if one wants to reconcile interests, if one wants to work together in a spirit of togetherness, one has to listen to each other, one has to understand each other and see how we can move forward in the same direction. And I don't know, Deputy Minister, whether competition is necessarily the basis that I would be using for a way of bringing us all together and harnessing the EU's power. I think personally that I would be proposing more collaboration, inclusivity, sharing the knowledge, sharing the capacity with partner countries that the EU clearly has. I think this will win more allies, to be very honest, than us going gung-ho on a competitiveness card. We're not going to win friends like that. Even if it might be important for the EU, in principle, to be competitive, that's a different issue. But I think that the EU needs to start by living its values, and this brings me to your question. Because the EU, I think, speaks louder about its values than it does about living them and acting them out. And most particularly, one of the values that I think is extremely important and that was enshrined in the Agenda 2030 is that of leave no one behind. It is not there for no reason. It's there because it's important. We're leaving too many people behind and we're leaving too many countries behind. And worse now, what's happening even in the EU is that we're starting to leave big sectors of populations and even of stakeholders behind. So civil society space in the EU itself is shrinking. I'm not commenting on what's happening in Lithuania. I really don't know the situation well enough. I think it's still quite an open space in Lithuania is my impression. I work with our national platform. It's an open space here, but it's closing elsewhere rapidly. And I think that Lithuania, along with every other country who has, like Ireland, has an open civic space, needs to be working much more strongly to defend democracy, to defend civil society, and to defend these values and these human rights that you believe in. Because there are many countries and there are institutions now in the EU, in Brussels, I work in Brussels, live in Brussels, and the institutions in the EU are also closing civic space. We can't do our job properly anymore. And if we can't do our jobs properly anymore, what does this mean then for the marginalized people around the world? Because we can't bring them to your attention anymore. We can't bring the stories from the ground so easily to you anymore. And this is Europe we're talking about. So imagine civic space around the world. I mean, now we're reaching out to our partners around the world saying, for example, in Brazil, where they had to cope and they found very good coping mechanisms as civil society in Brazil. How did you do it? What are the tips and the tricks? What do we need to know? It's all changing here, is what we're saying to them. So I think that we need to be very aware of this because, and I'll close with this, look at the autocrat's playbook. You can find different versions of it, 8 stages, 10 stages, whatever you like. When I was looking into this, because I'm about to develop Concord's next strategy, I realized that in Europe, we're on about stage 6 out of 10, if you look at the 10-stage version. Look it up, it's really quite worrying.
Well, it's indeed worrying, but probably not only in development cooperation. You actually brought the thought to us that we need to worry about what is happening in EU itself as well, and that's indeed one of additional challenges that we are living through. Now I would like to turn a bit to the, again, multilateral space and to OECD, and to ask you, Haya, about the discussions that are going on in the Development Assistance Committee about the reviewing of how do we How do we define official development assistance? How do we count it? How do we present it? All of this surrounding discussion about how do we, us as donors, are seen from the outside with our diminishing financial support on one hand, but on the other hand, again, being only ones who actually invest in those global challenges and global interests. So could you share a little bit on these topics as well?
Sure, happy to do so. So the Development Assistance Committee, again, that's the place where the donors come together since 60 years. And just to say, since 60 years, it is based on consensus. So quite often consensus are very, very difficult to achieve, but it's very powerful in sustaining a collective of values and commonality of interest. So the DAC launched in Sevilla a so-called review process. It is coming out of a sense of crisis, quite obviously. As has been alluded to, official development aid has been decreasing in 2024 by about 9%. We project that this is likely to decrease once again by 9 to 16%. So we talk about a decrease of 20% towards the level of beginning of 2020s. And that pushed, besides all the other issues that we discussed previously, the DAC to say, well, we need to look at ourselves. We need to review whether we are still fit for purpose for this changed environment. And they launched this review process and have now defined 4 work streams. One is data. The Minister of Finance, ex-Minister of Finance, was talking about measurement. Now, measurement, I would say, provide incentives. It determines what counts and what doesn't count. It is for accountability and transparency. So basically, the first work stream is very much, we're happy about the data system, but it should become better in the sense that we need to have a broader capturing of what's happening out there in development finance. Ideally, we have more timely data. It should be more forward-looking data, and it should be ideally feeding into scenarios that allow policymakers like the vice ministers to take decisions today. So that's on data, and the OECD loves data, obviously, so we are very happy to support that. The second one is a bit more messy. It is about the question of what's the narrative going forward? What is the best use of official development aid going forward? And there are 2 camps there. One that says, well, we have the vulnerability issues, humanitarian crises, and with order decreasing, we need to ring fence the scarce good for the big purpose, basically to help the poorest. And then there's the different camp of saying, well, the financing needs are so important and so vast and increasing that we need to put at least part of the order to mobilize other resources. So that's the big question. So as part of that work stream, we are being asked to look at the totality of flows. So not only development finance flows, but also private sector flows, domestic resource mobilization as well. The funding from other providers. So part of the power shift that we have been talking about is obviously that also other players are moving in, not only China, but many, many other providers are basically also setting up development cooperation agencies, are providing funding. So we have to look at this totality of funding and think more smartly, okay, what is our role? How could we use this concessional finance to maximum purpose? That's number 2. Number 3 is about vulnerability and fragility. There are a lot of people saying, well, the way you kind of decide who counts and who doesn't count is very much determined of GNI per capita, so how rich is a country. That's in a climate change environment no longer sufficient. So we have to better account for other factors that make countries vulnerable. And so that's a discussion that is very much also about trust. It's about basically political strategy and coalitions between also smaller countries and bigger countries. And the third and the fourth one is very much about ourselves in the sense of how do we work, who's a member, who's not a member, who's being consulted when determining the soft law that is at the basis of the DAC. So that's the review process. It has started. It's not the only process, one has to clearly say, that currently looks quite fundamentally at the development finance landscape and the development cooperation model. For example, there's one supported by the Gates Foundation that is quite influential, but also by various think tanks. So we are part of, if you like, of a broader consortium of actors that are looking as to what is the model of the future. The whole thing is supposed to be at least come to a very good first end by autumn next year, with certain steps in between. And let me say, maybe by the, once again, coming back to the previous discussion, I think it's also about fitting a better purpose for a more complex world. One of the ideas that is determining this is also that this world is being an optimist. One also of an opportunity in the sense that there are investment opportunities, for example, also in Africa. A lot of voices saying, well, Africa is not a case for aid, but it's rather a case for investment. For example, the international high-level expert group of the G20, with Lord Nick Stearns and others have said, well, there are opportunities for investments that then feed into long-term opportunities and security, very much in line with the first panel and its discussions. And I think that's also about this stack review. You know, how can we not only react to the needs and the challenges, but also try to capitalize on the opportunities that there are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is indeed very useful to know, to understand what is actually the broader discussion where EU needs to find its voice and its strategy for its development cooperation in this context of the broader discussions. So before we go to the more closing questions and remarks, I would like to ask if there are questions from the audience that you would like to ask to our panelists. Yes, please.
Only if no one else wants to ask. So, EPMA again. Just because in the description we had also the topic of public-private partnerships, and yesterday we had this interesting discussions with also representatives from the private sector, and somehow I got this connection with what Tanya said about the different opinions and competition between the countries. And yesterday we discussed how businesses, in the context that international organizations recommend to include private sector in development cooperation now for over 30 years, we discussed that businesses actually do not cooperate between themselves, so between different countries in Europe. So I really, because usually I hear what we have here to say about the public-private partnerships in this public sector, I'm really curious about these interesting insights by Tanya. What would she say about what we need to improve in shaping EU external action in the area of public, private and civic partnerships?
Thank you very much. Maybe we'll take a few more questions.
Good morning, and I'm Ana Fernandez from the OECD, here together with Haya. Yesterday we had a very good discussion in presenting the project that we are jointly doing, the European Commission with Lithuania, so it's a really concrete example of this collaboration and some of the challenges that you referred today in terms of civil society and civic space, but also private sector engagement. It's exactly what the project was trying to develop and tackle. So I had a question. I'm a little bit more positive regarding the future of the EU. And I also feel that there is a lot of expectation about what the EU still can deliver in such a difficult and uncertainty contexts. And there will be also the responsibility of Lithuania in presiding the Council of the European Union in some time, and together in the trio with Ireland also. So I wanted very much to hear from you also about, expectations and what could be possible topics in the agenda for this reinforcing of the EU external action and international partnerships from the perspective of Ireland also and Lithuania, and now you would use your own experience to shape a little bit what's going to be the future in terms of the global political setting, but also concretely in terms of Ukraine. I know it's too soon, but a little bit, a glimpse of this would be very helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, Elena?
I'm in this lineup of hopeful people, it seems, but I really felt compelled to make a little comment. First of all, I'm sitting in Brussels. I'm a typical civil servant at the Commission, and I'm seeing every single NGO that knocks on my doors. So just to maybe respond to the sort of feeling that may be there, out there, that also the space is shrinking, and we are very happy to meet communities that are being brought by the NGOs or that come by themselves. Picking up on the, I think, a little bit oversimplified and binary diagnosis, we have just approved by unanimity the 19th, mind you the number, 19th sanction package. Every 6 months, this is an exercise that costs a lot of time, the Brussels diplomats, but it is possible to do so. And I think, you know, there is unity, or I would say overwhelming still majority in support of Ukraine. On the other hand, I would like to offer another perspective. We had the qualified majority voting when it came to the redistribution of refugee quotas back in 2015 and 2016, and it seemed to be a very toxic discussion because this has indeed created cracks and divides. And the question out there is, shouldn't we still try always by all, you know, means, diplomatic means, to achieve the unity instead of leaving some of the maybe smaller members that have less of a voice in the council than the others behind? That's a little bit of a question. So I would really you know, try to say that let's focus on, you know, the small steps we are able to do, you know, the EU with its member states. And I do believe that, you know, there is not either or, there's not either competition or collaboration. We actually need to do everything, you know, together. And I also believe that the interests and values are coming closer. I believe that the interests are crystallizing a little bit the values. We want to have a fair competition. We want to have transparency on the governance. We want to have fiscal discipline. We want to have clear investment goals. These are both values and interests, in my view.
Thank you very much for this comment. Indeed, as we learned from the OECD and Commission Finance project on our development cooperation, speaking with one voice is the best strategy. If you manage to have this one voice, external voice from your country, is the best strategy to achieve results and impact. So the same goes for EU, I guess, because the sanctions policy, the external trade policy, our development cooperation, everything needs to coincide, and our ability to speak in one voice is super important on EU level as well. So now I would like to maybe start from Tanya, the question on businesses, public, private, and NGO cooperation angle.
Thank you very much. So public-private partnerships are not new. I mean, they've gone back years and years and years, and a lot has been written about them. So I'm not giving my own personal opinion, I'm giving the opinion of what I've read in many, many research studies. They have a not entirely good reputation. I'm not saying it's all negative, but it's not always positive. And the thing that we would be looking out for in any situation where there are public-private partnerships is when things go wrong, it is, generally speaking, the partner country that picks up the pieces. So the private investor, which is part of the public-private partnership, gets up and walks away. They leave when they feel like it. But the government and the people and the communities where this public-private partnership thing was being created, they're the ones that pick up the pieces and get the short end, they draw the short straw. So I think that that's something that whenever one's going into a public-private partnership, one needs to be aware of and need to make sure that we take measures to mitigate those risks for local communities from some of these investments. The second thing that is worth bearing in mind when we're talking about private sector investment in general, the private sector, as we all know, has primarily a profit-making motivation. Profit motivation. It's not to promote and respect human rights. It's not to make sure that civic space is enabled, etc., etc. They have a different role in society. And so I think that when, for example, the EU is thinking about doing international cooperation together with and through the private sector in partner countries, one always needs to say, with what aim? And what impact do we want to achieve? Because again, if I just take the example of the Global Gateway, the main aim, and it's becoming clearer and clearer, and it's being said, and I'm really happy about that because that is transparency, as you were talking about it. But the main aim is to secure the EU's interests. It is not to secure partner country interests, whatever they may be. I can give you an example. In Namibia, there's a green hydrogen, very important green hydrogen project being done, and there was recently a delegation that went to Namibia to have a look at the project. And they found out what the Namibian government's priorities were. And they were not about energy. It didn't come anywhere close. It was agriculture and sport, number 1 and 2. Well, the Global Gateway doesn't deal with those things, so okay, we'll go and do green hydrogen in Namibia then. So I think that bearing in mind the partner countries' development agenda, their own agenda, and trying to align with that as much as possible should nonetheless remain important for the EU. And that's not to say that renewable energy isn't important. It is, of course it is. But it's how we go about it. It's with what aim. Are we trying to leave benefit and impact locally? And very often, that's not the case. These projects aren't designed to maximize impact for local communities and to make sure that the local economy is going to prosper as a result. That's why the EU, the private sector companies, are the ones that come and do the investment.
Thank you, Can. Again, it's a more critical voice to what we expect from the private and public engagement, but that is also a valid point to remind us that businesses, they usually seek for interest and to seek for profit. But from what we heard today, one part is what is important in development cooperation is solidarity and support to human rights and democracy and reforms. Another part, what is important currently, is to attract new financial resources, which is almost impossible in current days without involving private businesses. So probably we will need to find ways how to reconcile, how to match both of those sides. So now I come again to our Deputy Minister on the question for our EU presidency, and we already started the negotiations on the next financial perspective, and with the upcoming presidency, it's really interesting to hear your views, what Lithuania will bring to the EU's external action and development cooperation during our presidency.
Thank you very much. And all those questions posed by colleagues from the audience are somehow interlinked with our priorities. And I would start with the public-private partnership. And public-private partnership as such will be our priority. And we really want to increase access to information, to institutions, to access to finance, to to cooperation and to partnerships, and it's clear that global gateway, and again, I still believe in global gateway, and global gateway is an initiative which goes, both ways, and I do believe that with partner country, we will be able to implement at least probably one project, and we are looking forward to this. Now on our EU presidency and priorities. Recently, we signed a joint letter with other EU member states on SMEs and development cooperation, and access to the EU programs, access to financing, access to international funds of small and medium enterprises is one of the biggest priorities probably for each and every presidency. Danes, they are talking about access to finance from SME side. Then Cypriots, I talked to a minister responsible for European affairs and development cooperation. They said the same, that this issue would be one of the main priorities for this. Then, of course, discussions on next financial perspective. And here, I would like to note that for us, flexibility, transparency, effectiveness will be utmost important for our EU presidency. I'm not talking right now about the size of the budget. Commission proposed 200 billion euros for Global Europe initiative. So we will see where we will land. And now the discussions are taking place in the council formations. Now, and last point on unanimity. We have been always advocating for unanimity, but now we started reconsidering our position, especially in the CFSP area, Common Foreign and Security Policy area. And now we started discussions with our parliamentarians and politicians in the government that probably we have to adjust our position when it comes to the voting on the issues related to human rights and civic missions. And it's a shift for us. We do understand that unanimity for us it's good because we are a small country. But there is a shift in our position.
Thank you, Madam, very much. And now I turn to Ambassador Sheina. Your presidency is much closer. It's already the second half of next year. So, please share your thoughts. What would the island bring to the EU's voice on development cooperation?
Thanks, Aista. Although, I don't know if this is a national characteristic trait, but although Ireland's presidency is right before Lithuania's, we have not yet announced our priorities. And so I cannot speak to those today, but what I can say is that we are looking through the prism of three baskets, and nobody will be surprised if I say one of those is security, One of those is competitiveness and one of those is values. And I think we will place the DevCo space squarely in that values basket, although it has, of course, implications or influences on the security side in terms of human security. But we will be, I can assure the colleagues in the audience, we will be certainly championing the EU's leadership in the field of sustainable development and humanitarian cooperation during our time in the chair. To the question, if I may, in relation to public-private partnerships, because I think that was also addressed to us jointly, this isn't a space where Ireland is active in the development cooperation space. We, of course, in other spaces we do public-private partnerships, but not so much in overseas development. And I expect that many of the reasons that Tanya mentioned would inform that decision historically in my country. But in terms of wider civil society, I would say that we are a very strong believer in working with and supporting civil society, both within Ireland and internationally. And our development cooperation programme, Irish Aid, marked 50 years last year. But for 50 years before that, Ireland had a very strong tradition of giving internationally, particularly through the church, because there was a huge number of Irish missionaries, particularly in Africa. And so international aid from Ireland was mediated through those channels. So there was a long tradition of civil society delivering Irish funds abroad to those furthest behind for 50 years before the state actually structured a development program. So, and those civil society partners such as Trócaire and Concern, which are very long-standing, they remain major implementation partners or delivery partners of Ireland today. So certainly in that space, I can definitely attest that we are very open to that and very appreciative of the value civil society brings, even if we don't utilise public-private partnerships so much. And if I might just make one final comment to all the optimists in the room, there is a saying that pessimists are usually right, but optimists are those we have to thank for progress. So I would certainly endorse your positions.
Thank you very much. And indeed, I wanted to ask all of you to make a final comment because before we close this panel. This conference indeed comes in a year before our upcoming presidency. It's about upcoming trio presidency next year. And we will start looking at our priorities more in detail from the beginning of next year. And it was super interesting to hear this, broad and different perspectives on the future of EU's development cooperation and EU's external action. And taking the idea from the previous panel on the new vocabulary, I wanted to ask each of you to suggest main words for this new vocabulary that would that would increase the support to the development cooperation that is so needed in this competing interests based world. So Tanya, starting from you.
Thanks for that. Okay, so vocabulary, that means just words. Just words, you want me just to add a list of words?
Yes.
Okay. I think listening, active listening would be some of the vocabulary that I would want to add. I think aligning with partners' interests. Sorry, there's a bit of an expression, but And by the way, on expressions, I'm really happy to have learned 3 new Irish expressions, even if I could never say them in Irish. But I'll work on that aspect of things. Alignment, common interests. I still adhere to collaboration. I think a collaborative spirit is very important. I think that living one's values should be part of the new vocabulary. I think that we should retain leave no one behind. Whether we're looking at it from sort of the constellation of member states who work together, or whether we're talking about people in societies, or whether we're talking about partner countries, leave no one behind is very important. And I truly believe that if we have that at the heart of everything, we can make the world a safer place.
Thank you. Mente?
Before I turn to this question, just very quickly, on the public-private partnership and the discussion that was there. In Ukraine, Denmark is one of the most appreciated donor. And Denmark is actually known for a lot of private-public partnerships and in development cooperation. So I think when we're being normative about certain things, it also depends on the context and in what kind of country, what kind of needs and interest from the country itself is there. And Ukraine actually really appreciates investment from the Danish companies coming to Ukraine. And on the EU presidency, as an optimist, I hope that by the end of Lithuania's presidency, we will end Ukraine's negotiations for EU accession, so that we still have time to facilitate all the ratifications, etc. by 2030, the date that has been communicated a number of times by different officials. And on the vocabulary, I'm not a big believer in the same words sort of for different audiences. I actually think we need to be smarter, we meaning the EU, in how we communicate our goals in different contexts, and it might be one kind of language for internal audiences, another kind of language in Ukraine, and another kind of language, I don't know, in Iraq or Nigeria. But I think that EU external action has to be geopolitical purposes driven, pragmatic in delivery, and with partnerships and spirits. That will be my contribution.
Thank you, Mente. I would summarize it's tailor-made.
Tailor-made, yes.
Please, Kaya.
I think for me the big word is opportunity. So I think development, as we discussed and the previous panel discussed, is about development and security. It's about development and investments, development of growth. And there's some people saying that the transition towards a more sustainable way of living is the growth paradigm for the 21st century. And obviously development is also very much in addressing humanitarian and fragility issues. So development is really something about creating opportunities and tapping into opportunities. Just to say, I think that you, with your project that we discussed yesterday, I think positioned Lithuania very well in kind of building opportunity. For you, obviously, your upcoming presidency is a huge opportunity in setting and co-setting the stage. The European Union is the big player internationally in development. So I think the ongoing discussion that you will co-shape is a huge opportunity. And just let me conclude by saying that I think also your country, with its special focus necessarily so on Ukraine, and the learnings that you bring to Ukraine, but that you also take from the experience in Ukraine and understand that you're very much helping countries like Germany, my home turf, in kind of these kind of learnings, is an opportunity also for yourself to raise your visibility, your voice in international development cooperation, for example, in Paris.
Thank you. Ambassador?
I think for my part, the first word I would use, and I think it's just a word because it has impact in Ireland, so it works there, is empathy. And, put yourself in their shoes. And I think one of the ways there was such a one of the reasons there was such a visceral reaction all across Europe to the images we saw from Ukraine in February 22 was because we saw ourselves reflected in people fleeing across the border, and we need to step away from othering those who are further away geographically, as well as further away in terms of their economic status or cultural practices. The other, because we're talking about politicians here, the other word I would maybe give a boost to is results. And I think with love and respect to the civil society space, in targeting funding, public donations, a lot of the communications they use can give the impression to the public that nothing has changed in 100 years of international development. It's the same images of starving children that my parents saw when they first got a TV, you know, that we see. It's just they're in colour now. So, but that belies the very real fact that millions, hundreds of millions of people have been lifted out of poverty. Hundreds of millions of lives have been saved. We in this room and others who are like-minded have saved millions and transformed the lives of this generation, previous generation, future generations. And these are results, you know, and you know, it's not just pouring money into an empty money pit, you know, and yeah, that's those two. I'll keep it to two.
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Yeah, since in Lithuania we want to make very concrete, practical decisions for our development cooperation community and ecosystem. So my words would be the following: be tolerant to failure, manage the risk, and take your courage.
Thank you very much to all of you for all these insightful thoughts and this broad variety of different perspectives. Indeed, we see that there is a perspective that focus more on the geopolitics and interest and results, but we cannot forget the solidarity and empathy that is driving our development cooperation and external actions. Both interest and values for EU are important, and indeed all of your thoughts will enrich a lot our planning for our presidency program. So I would like to invite the public to give a broad applause to our panelists. And now I'd like to invite you all for the lunch, and we will come back to the discussions at 1.
It was a long morning, and thank you for those who stayed after the lunch. Usually, whatever topic is, we most of the time talk and think about Ukraine. So this session will be exactly about that. And how we put the name of this panel is securing Ukraine's European trajectory, EU integration and reforms as a catalyst for building back better. And I will now briefly introduce the panelists. Oleg Berezhuk. Dr. Oleg Berezhuk is the head of the mental health department at the National Rehabilitation Center Unbroken in Lviv. He's a prominent psychiatrist and psychologist recognized for his leadership in developing comprehensive mental health and rehabilitation services for Ukrainians affected by war. Anna Novosad is a co-founder of the VIVE Foundation and served as Ukraine's Minister of Education and Science from 2019 to 2020. She's a leading expert in education policy, now focused on restoring access to education for children in war-affected regions and driving innovative solutions for Ukraine's educational recovery. Elena Vishnar-Malinovska. She's the head of unit for Ukraine service, interinstitutional coordination of reconstruction and relief at the European Commission. She leads the EU efforts in supporting Ukraine's recovery, aligning reconstruction with EU accession standards and fostering strategic cooperation between Ukraine and the European Union. Arturas Zharnovskis looks similar to me, especially without glasses. We even have the same pin. Arturas is the head of our Ukraine program at Lithuanian Central Project Management Agency, where he leads Co-Create Future for Ukraine program. He is instrumental in coordinating Lithuania's support for Ukraine's recovery, focusing on reconstruction, rehabilitation, and strategic partnerships between the two countries. And last but not least is Miroslava Gongadze. She's a prominent journalist, a member of the supervisory board of the Ukrainian Institute and senior advisor on Ukraine with leading international organizations. She brings extensive experience in media leadership, governance, and security to advance Ukraine's global presence and resilience. A Nieman Fellow at Harvard University with over 20 years of experience in journalism and media management. She continues to contribute to global conversations on press freedom, democracy, and international security as a public speaker, panelist, and advisor. Thank you all for attending, for coming to Vilnius and attending our conference and this panel. I will try to sit now, maybe closer to you, if you allow me. If you allow me. Okay, this works? Works. So how did we project this session? Of course, since the beginning of war, main thing was to address immediate needs. Whatever it is, humanitarian support, electricity, building back infrastructure, critical infrastructure, etc., etc., etc. But it has to lead somewhere. And in our understanding, of course, as Minister was saying this morning, first of all, it's security of Europe, it's our own security, it's safe neighborhood, etc., etc. But then when we take closer, definite goal and path we are going towards is Ukraine's integration into Euro-Atlantic structures. And then from this perspective, we wanted to see and to address in this panel how the actions we are implementing today are resonating and work together with EU integrational processes. I will start maybe with a first question to Miroslava Gongadze. And goal, of course, is just peace and Ukraine's Euro integration. But at the same time, immediate needs should be addressed. And recently you wrote, and I quote now, "Security is no longer only about the military. It's about people, keeping schools open, protecting culture, building trust in institutions, and defending a free press. It's something we all carry together." Can you elaborate on more on how you see current situation in Ukraine and what international community could do to continue support Ukraine?
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for inviting me here, and thank you all and the country for all the support and help you're giving to Ukraine. I feel like Lithuania is one of the best friends for Ukraine today, internally and on the world stage. So thank you. I think to start, I probably will tell you a little bit, like a short story about resilience that inspired me at the beginning of full-scale invasion. I was in Mushchun. Mushchun was this small town that was 80% destroyed by Russian forces. And we were visiting families, destroyed houses, and I visited with my TV crew one of the houses that the owner of the house was saving 20 or sheltering 20 Ukrainians before Russian forces actually invaded and took over the town. And they were able to leave the town on time just before Russian forces came. And the house is totally destroyed. There's no roof, no, like beautiful rose garden, beautiful pond, like just gorgeously done house. And we're walking in these beautiful stairs without the house without roof, and I am totally kind of devastated, and I'm looking at this man, and he was telling me what was here, the Russians were sleeping here, downstairs. And I said, so what is your plan? What are you planning to do next? And he said, oh, I will rebuild everything. I already passed it was May of 2022. I already gave the plan to the local government. I said, how old are you? And he said, I'm 70. And that's what a story about resilience. The Ukrainians never gave up. And what the lesson we have to learn about today's Ukraine, that in the last 3 years, specifically the last 3 years, that Ukraine learn that safety and security is not a job of the people in uniform. It's a job of the whole society. And when I wrote this quote that you just gave us, the realization that whole society is responsible. If I'm not mistaken, that Churchill said that in the face of tyranny, the freedom is the job, or defending freedom is the job of everyone. And that's what Ukraine learned today. So when there's like one bad and good in one simple kind of point in Ukraine. Ukraine doesn't have didn't have very strong institutions. So that's kind of bad, right? But actually, that particular thing is actually helped Ukraine. because Ukrainians don't rely on institutions. When crisis came, Ukrainians took their safety and security and their future in their own hands. And they created projects and start doing, nobody told them what to do. They just did. Anna created the project to save education. Oleg created the project for rehabilitation of veterans, and in many other spheres, people start doing what is necessary. So today, Ukraine is a united country that everyone found their own space for defending their future. That's one thing, right? And that's in every single, it's defending democracy, it's freedom of the press, it's saving education, it's saving psychological state of the society. It's in many spheres. However, there are, and that's the from outside threats. But there is threats within. And that threats to democracy. There is, because of the martial law, there is a lot of limitations imposed on people and on the society. And as long as a war continues, as long these limitations become a norm, and it's very important in this kind of situation that at least particular institutions or particular part of the society have to stay resilient in their own capacity. And what I mean is specifically judiciary and freedom of the press. If at least these two institutions, would be able to effectively work, Ukraine can defend their democracy and stay democratic. And what I see today, it is happening. It is happening because there is pluralism in Ukrainian society. And when we talk about limitations, those limitations, very important, those limitations have to be temporary to save democracy. They have to be transparent, for sure. And they have to be, and people have to understand the reason why they are imposed. And when people will have trust in their government, they would basically accept those limitations, at the same time not losing the freedom. And that's how I see Ukraine today. I was there for 3 weeks in September, and I was expecting that the country will be much more in kind of, or people will be much more pessimistic and would lose hope. No, I found quite opposite. I found very strong, resilient society that learn how to live under the war. And what is important to all of us to understand, that this war, we cannot just say, okay, this war will end next month, or we will hoping this war will end, then we will start rebuilding the country. No. All these institutions that I mentioned, the society as a whole, need to be supported today. They hold for 3+ years, they will hold much longer. But this resilience has to be, we have to help with this strength and this resilience. And it's all depend on all of us, how we communicate this resilience, because very often I hear in European capitals, we have to help Ukraine. Oh, we cannot communicate to our public. How can we, like, why should we support Ukraine? One very simple narrative have to work here. You're not, stop saying you're supporting Ukraine. You are supporting yourself and your own safety and security. Because if, I don't even want to say the word, but if Russia would occupy Ukraine, that's a huge danger for the future of European Union and the world. And we can talk about it much more, but I think I should stop at this point.
Maybe one additional brief question. You mentioned explicitly institutions. What's the state of of institutions 3 years after? You mentioned that maybe it's good that they were not as strong as they could have been. That brought society together to build on developing the country, but where institutions went in those 3 years? Are they stronger now? What is?
I mean, we cannot say that they are stronger, but in some way I found, because anecdotal, like I needed to do some documents in Ukraine, and I was able to register to get the legal registration in Ukraine in 15 minutes on my phone. Or I needed to replace my driver's license. And that took me half an hour. So the institutions do work. That's on a small scale, right? Local government do work. Local government is a backbone for the Ukrainian recovery today. And right after the invasion, when they took the responsibility for their own towns, and it's a backbone for recovery today. So institutions do work. Yes, we can talk about other like parliament or the presidency, and that we can question some of their decision making. However, they do still work as well. So after 3 years of war, that's pretty impressive. Yes, Ukraine needs new blood in politics. Yes, Ukraine needs new kind of people in the government. The presidential administration is trying to kind of change the government time to time, but I mean it's impressive how they hold the fort, and it's commendable, really.
Thank you. Let's look into EU perspective. And Elena, I would like to ask you. Commission is playing a pivotal role in coordinating of all the support for Ukraine. It has extensive programs. How you see the main challenges right now, having in mind that country during the war is still doing reforms and moving really in a great speed towards EU. How you see the existing challenges?
Well, thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here also with strong Ukrainian voices on this panel. Thank you very much for that. I would probably start how we sometimes feel in the Commission. Just imagine us now on the stage. There is the audience and there is the frame behind you. And what we see and what I can say over the 2 decades, this is permanently changing around either the frame, because we have all these sort of shocks that are coming. And actually, I can say that during the 2 decades, there was almost no time of me as a civil servant without any shocks. And we see that, it is escalating in a way. After COVID, we probably hope there will be nothing worse coming, and there was a war. But we see also the audiences that seem to be cheerleading at some point, and they start to, have very sort of different approaches. And I would very much join what Miroslava said, is that there are very few member states in the Union that are having very mature conversations about the alternative scenarios. So what if, Ukraine loses? What if Russia prevails? What then? This really doesn't take place. To the contrary, we see in some countries there is a sort of disengagement of the public when it comes to enlargement. Those countries are, some of them are the old members of the Union, like Germany, Netherlands, France, but also those that are relatively close to Ukraine, Austria geographically, Austria or Czechia. So I would really like to underline this point. Now, talking about security, we need, despite the fact that the co-authors on the stage, are changing maybe, the way they interact with us, we need to adjust, and we need to work on security. And what the security means. I mean, first of all, there are 6-7 million of Ukrainians in the EU. This is the future of Ukraine if we want to talk about the real reconstruction effort. Yet, if they don't feel safe, if they don't look for a job at home, if they don't have the house that is there, we may not see them coming back, and then we may not see all the funding that may be out there implementing. Businesses, they need security. This may be in the form of insurance, the war damage cover, for instance. The financing institutions that are very much present and want to be part of the reconstruction, they need, a different risk sharing, and so far they are not that much ready to engage on the capital. Now, when it was said in the previous panel that financing or money is not a problem, I differ. In Ukraine, it will be a big problem in the coming years, because we have acted in our financing means a lot with these sort of humanitarian relief, short-term aspects. So we have front-loaded a lot of the budgetary support that became part of the Ukraine budget, and that's why also the Ukraine state and institutions can function. We have also committed already 2/3 of our investment arm under the Ukraine investment framework, and those that work very much with the third pillar, with the technical assistance, with the mining. They know how much this part is already oversubscribed. And here I would like really to thank all the member states that come in a genuine effort, in a Team Europe spirit, and they come to contribute to the Ukraine facility, because that shows that a European instrument can work, and there is a trust among member states in the way Commission is managing that. Now, when you look into the Ukraine budget, for next year, 58% is defense and security. So and there's a huge gap for the next 2 years of 61 billion. Coming from where? That's a huge question. And I think we are frantically working on options to really provide the funding as quickly as possible. Now, what is important that Ukraine indeed implements reforms. And you made very nice examples, Miroslava, of 2 very important reforms that have started even ahead European Union came in. The decentralization and digitization. That was really a sort of reforms of resilience, where I think quite some member states are still jealous as to the way, the digitization work, or, your aspiration for decentralization. But for instance, if we want to facilitate the businesses and the economy to come, and, mind you, I worked 19 years on sustainability. And now I'm talking about economy, you know, and I don't talk, you know, I don't feel any sort of strange reflexes. I think if we want not to leave anyone behind, we need to work out the economy. And here, for instance, some of the efforts we did, you know, reforms on business environment improvement, to resume market surveillance, insolvency, to start control of non-food products, judiciary. You know, if you are a business, you want to be sure that you can call on a judge should you need it. You need the media freedom, the media sector, absolutely very important. So this falls already under the sort of accession track where Ukraine has been advancing for at least 2 decades. And this is very important to notice that we cannot do anything in sequence or in small steps. We need to do everything at the same time, and this adds to the complexity. And now coming to the maybe biggest question, the reconstruction. I'm asked, how come you work already on reconstruction? The war is, you know, still going on. Well, we do work on reconstruction because it's a policy of hope. And it is important that people see in the neighborhood that things are being repaired, are being changed, that if Russia resumes its campaign against energy systems, you know, we are, you know, ready to help from the European Union to help, you know, people to heat the homes. So the hope remains. Now, nevertheless, I would like to say that the reconstruction will be very much with Ukraine. You know, you will have to make very hard choices where to reconstruct, where not. The figure of 500 billion to 600 billion actually includes 40% of damage that is done in the occupied territories. So this will be, you know, also within the remit of Ukrainian policymakers, the civil society, the movers and shakers in Ukraine to see where the choices will come. We as the Union and member state can only support these choices, but we will, in terms of, you know, the exact locations, that will not be something we will interfere with.
Maybe one additional question. President of the Commission recently, I think it was in New York or so, it was in September, announced that Commission will be hosting next summit or very high level event on children. Maybe you know a bit more details, because in Lithuania we're also thinking about how to approach. We have our understanding, and for me personally, it's interesting where it could fit into a new EU initiative.
Thank you very much. I'm in charge. So you are.
Oh, you see, it's good that I asked. Dovile, where are you?
Yeah. Thank you very much. This is a very important topic that I think got already some attention, but less in the European Union that it should. And I think it's an issue that talks to any person, do you have a family or not, or any values, because this is really the future of Ukraine. We know of 20,000 children at least that are, that have been abducted into different places in Russia. There are apparently, reports that were facilitated also by AI to show that some of them found themselves in camps trained as soldiers as young as 8 years. Then you have the occupied territories where Ukrainian children are going to Russian schools and essentially undergoing de-Russification. So I would like to say what is our ambition from the summit, and this is of course being discussed, is not to hold only a conference, but to really see whether we can collectively find mechanisms to return these children. So then how can we work, for instance, on sanction lists to identify people who are part of the system, And of course, we want to reach as many, communities as possible. So art, culture, will be important. It should not be seen as a sort of institutional, EU institutional happening with Ukraine, but it should include as many voices and as many means of reaching people as possible. So happy to see that Lithuania has spotted this important announcement in the State of the Union speech in September by the President, and very happy to join forces. We will do so, I think, widely with all the member states. We just need to find, the best ways to approach also, the Council and the other actors.
Excellent. Excellent. It's good that I asked. And we know how to do things, and most of it is thanks to our team in Central Project Management Agency, who is, despite of all the challenges with including mobilization, including paperwork, delays, etc., is one of the agencies on the ground which is able to deliver quality results of the projects on time, mostly on time. But Arturas, with some of the delays, but Arturas, Lithuania government approved strategic guidelines of how we approach recovery and reconstruction 1 year ago. You were there at that time already. I was not. Maybe you know how those priority areas were chosen. What are our priorities, and how do you see it from 1 year's perspective? Are they still legit, or we should rethink, or how do we move forward?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And firstly, I think first year it was no regrets period, and we just needed to act as soon as possible, also to send the international message that we need to start rebuilding now. It wasn't so obvious back then, and yeah, a lot of risks, no blueprint how to do that, but we were brave enough to start. And when we had those government priorities, for me personally, at that stage, I thought it is just a paper. I mean, only some, it doesn't change nothing, it's just a paper. But now, after 1 year, I am very happy with those guidelines because they address exactly those priorities that, in my personal view, will be the most important for the success of Ukraine, and success of Ukraine is the key element for successful Lithuania. So it is rehabilitation. I mean, veterans will drive, I think, or they will be a very political and social influential group in the future. And so that's why it is very important to take care of them, to address the mental health. I mean, not only directly to the veterans, but also families. Young generation, so we are talking about the generation which will be responsible for the recovery of Ukraine. So obviously, and I know that there are a lot of crises in Ukraine. War itself, electricity, economy, agriculture, but education sometimes have less attention, in my opinion, in different countries. And diaspora, I mean, young professionals that will came back to Ukraine, strengthen the institutions, strengthen the civil society, strengthen the, I don't know, media. So those three elements that we are working in, and we have systematic approach in those three areas, not just random project, but from projects to programs, and from programs to systematic change. So in my opinion, it helps mobilize our limited resources, not only financial resources, but human resources. Because for us, you are mentioning the successful project, we're a small donor. I want that everyone would see Lithuania as the biggest from a small donors or even big donor in Ukraine scale. And it is not enough for us to shape good project, to implement effectively good project, to have impact. It's not enough. We need to make it scalable. We need to convince our international partners to attract them and to lead it to systematic change. It's not enough to make perfect projects, so it's not easy task, but it should be our direction.
So 1 year later, you still think that those priorities are right, and we have to continue in those areas?
I thought that those priorities are right. Now I think it is crucial priorities, and I have a feeling that our limited resources, like in acupuncture, we need to find those spots will affect the body, and I truly believe that those areas are the most important ones.
Thank you. I believe let's dive deeper then into two of those areas, and we have great friends, partners working in a specific areas. Anna, maybe let's start from Anna. Education is a cornerstone for sustainable recovery, and I know that your organization recently did a research, or how would you call it, research on the state of education in Ukraine, and what does it change, how it differs when children attend in-person schools, etc. What are the main findings, and what your organization is addressing in general?
Thank you for this question. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very glad and thankful for an opportunity to be here, and also to say thank you directly to those who are Lithuanian people here for your support. It's still, probably this is still the only country where you can see the abundance of Ukrainian flags on the streets, and this is just important for me as a human being living in Ukraine. We were laughing with Arturas before the panel. And he just returned from Japan, from the demining conference, and you flew to Japan like 8 hours, and there is still Russia. It's like, what can you do? This huge country is everywhere, seems like. And Arturas mentioned that education is important because this will be the generation who will rebuild Ukraine. In Lithuania, it's fair to say nobody will get scared, like somewhere in the Western Europe, that for us, kids are also important because there has to be someone who will defend Ukraine. Russia is not really going anywhere, and centuries of our coexistence do not really show any signs of Russia's stop willing to erase us all, to kill us all, to make this country not existent. So keeping young generation educated and having education also as a factor of them staying in Ukraine, being educated, being intelligent, being patriotic is a huge preparation to what will come. Because, well, let's, even if the heat phase of the war will stop tomorrow, raise a hand who doubts that Russia will keep sending drones, FPVs, other unmanned weapons that will not be called Russians. They will say that Ukrainians are, bombing themselves. It will for sure happen. It will for sure happen. So we need people who live in Ukraine, and it would be very good if they are also educated, because we will never outnumber Russians. We are a small nation that is dying. Relatively, of course, yeah, thank you. Relatively. However, yeah. Well, maybe I'm too pessimistic. I just want to be, never. No, okay. The doctor will correct me, but But I think the advantage that we have, and Ukrainians are showing that with the huge drone industry, is that our people are educated, intelligent, creative, capable to resist with our brains. And in that sense, keeping education alive during the war is not something pathetic, as we are used to talking when we speak about education. Save Ed Foundation that I've co-founded our mission is to help the war-damaged communities to basically restore life through educational, social, and infrastructural projects, because what we see when we restore a school facility and access to education is that it's not only about, see, people are leaving education, it's not that interesting, is that it's not only about restoring the school per se, but it's about, in a wider sense, helping this particular community to feel hope. And I'm really grateful for you mentioning that, because indeed it's very hard to quantify a hope as an indicator of a result of a certain country's support to a community. You cannot put a hope in your report to the European Commission or someone else, but this is exactly how it works. CEVED works now in more than 120 war-affected frontline communities. We used to say that we do not work in the communities where the artillery doesn't reach. Now I'm thinking that it really doesn't make sense, because the last few months with the drones have been such a huge game changer that we have to start thinking how do we live with that new reality. So what we do anything that is in between. There is nothing, and there is a big recovery and big money coming at some point. So it's rather less resourceful solutions like underground educational centers, learning centers, modular schools, and various educational programs, soft programs that support that. And every year, unfortunately, it's the third year in a row, we do research on the war and education, predominantly school education. What we saw this year, and we did, it's an important caveat, we did that in spring. I think a couple of numbers, percentages in that research are not relevant anymore, again, because of the drones. Attacks have intensified incredibly. I don't remember a night in Kyiv without drone attack. Those regions that have been officially offline, like Chernihiv, like Kyiv region, if you look into data on how much time they spent during the air raid siren in this September, it will be more than 50% of their learning time. So, but coming back to the research that we did in spring 25, what we saw is that thankfully, including to contributions like Lithuania, the percentage of those kids who are attending education offline has increased in comparison to, let's say, 2023, more than 2 times. And this is for sure a huge contribution of the state, because the state has been investing into the bomb shelters a lot, the civil society, but also international partners like Lithuania, like EU, and other countries. And I should say, excuse me if you consider it as a flattery, but we work with so many partners, and in that sense, in terms of construction, I see that Lithuania is, unfortunately, is the fastest one, and unfortunately because I want everybody to be as fast, not takes 3 years to build or even to rehabilitate a small bomb shelter, but you keep building that in less than a year, and it's a huge distinction, unfortunately to the other side, in comparison to the other countries. So we see the offline learning rising, but we do not see that in the front lines. In the frontline regions, excluding Kyiv and Chernihiv, we see that still 49% of kids are learning completely online and 17% only in blended format. And all of you lived through COVID. Those of you who have kids, just imagine your kid being at home for almost 4 years. It disrupts your entire life. If you're a woman, because predominantly these are women who stay with smaller kids, your work life is screwed. It's very hard to accommodate to all of that, and even if you're living in a city like Kyiv, which is more affluent, you have more resources, one Russian shahed during the morning hour screws your day entirely, because when it starts flying over, the subway over the river stops, entire city stops, and if you are taking your kid to the kindergarten, that plan has been cancelled just now by a Russian drone, so you have to reconsider. So that has an immense effect on our learning losses. We do not know the data, but PISA, back even in October 22, it was just 9 months of the big war, showed that the academic losses are around year and a half, let's say, in reading. So Ukrainian high schoolers back in 22 were reading a year and a half worse than their mates 4 years back. But what we also see that in the research, that while things are getting better with infrastructure, because a few years ago we were asking these same questions, and the number one problem was electricity, internet, lack of bomb shelter. Now we see that with those things are a little bit better, but now we see more and more that the emotional wear out, the fatigue, anxiety among kids is rising, and those things that are very hard to see with your own eyes, but also very hard to put on the picture before, after, are getting a much bigger problem. And I think Lech will be able to talk more about that. What good we see is that we also asked about the mobility moods among high schoolers, because it was a representative study among all with regions in Ukraine. It was almost 2,000 high schoolers interviewed. We see that the mobility plans are not mobility wishes to move abroad are not rising among the high schoolers, and this is really good, because I also think it's a part of propaganda that everybody wants to leave, borders are overcrowded, and in many instances it is so way far from the reality. But in this research, and this is the important part, what we took a look at is at social capital, and how access to education in the war-affected communities helps to preserve this very important wealth for Ukraine. It's social capital, and in particular, we were looking at the certain element of social capital as your feeling of belonging to your own community. If you do not belong to your community, if you do not feel trust to your community, you are, for instance, more likely to leave. Not only your community, but also Ukraine. And what we saw is that among different demographic groups, sex, gender, meaning IDP status or not IDP status, region, those did not really matter. But what mattered, and what indicated a higher level of a sense of belonging among the Ukrainian high schoolers, were 5 key factors. First is the satisfaction with their learning. Those who were more satisfied with how they learn, including online, tended to be 3 times more willing to stay in their communities. Those that have friends, such an easy thing as having friends, has been factor number 2 for kids to feel a sense of belonging to their community. And I think, like, when we talk about education policy in Ukraine, I rarely hear that we talk about an ability to have friends, such a simple social human need. Employment perspectives, employment opportunities is an important factor that makes high schoolers, young people, to decide whether stay or leave. And then also a factor as a sense of purpose of what they do. We saw that 70% of those who are more willing to stay in their communities feel a higher sense of belonging, felt also sense in their activities. So all this kind of complicated, more maybe theoretical data, for me, for our team, comes together to one thing: access to education, access to school, in a creative way, because a school in Ukraine now is not a building that you call a school. It can be underground, it can be a part-time, one classroom in a building that survived. It's a very creative now, concept. Thank you. It all comes down to the fact that school now represents the social hub that can provide those different factors to young people to feel their sense of belonging to Ukraine. And we see that in, let's say, in Molodishne, in that bomb shelter, in that big underground school that Lithuania built in Odessa region. We see it in other places where we work. Like, as soon as you start doing something around education, it has such a wider lasting effect. This long tail is so much bigger than just education. So in that sense, like, looking for creative ways how to support that is just crucial. And it's something that does not have to be when the war is over. It's insane to think in those terms, because this is exactly what Russia wants. They do not want just our military to stop existing. They want it to be an absolutely burned land where nobody lives. It should be a no man's land for them, right? And I think in that sense, while the war is ongoing, we have to look for ways to support this recovery of access to services, of access to a value as education, because it gives so much in return. Thank you.
What about the almost on the war zone? Are there any schools, anything is happening there? You've mentioned 49% on online, but is there any possibility to rebuild infrastructure now, or how you see in immediate terms? What's the status there and how to proceed in those regions?
Thank you so much. It's an important question, because when we are talking about the recovery in Ukraine, it's a key thing to understand is not that even every region, different communities in one region can be in very different situation. The way how we work as a foundation in the Kharkiv region is very different from how we work in the south, in Mykolaiv region, where the front line has been pushed, and let's say drones cannot access the territory so easily. So in Mykolaiv we work a lot underground, and Lithuania also helped as well. Like, you helped to rebuild basically the school, to reopen the school in Snigurivka. This is the big town in the Mykolaiv region. So in there we can work a lot above the ground. However, still in the creative ways in terms of restoring access to that education. But in the Kharkiv region, it's only underground. Zaporizhia, we work there a lot, and I shared that with colleagues. As of September, we've started receiving from our schools where we work, those that even work in blended format, we started receiving requests for anti-drone nets, because FPVs are reaching Zaporizhia communities that they have not reached before. For us, and like how I look at this, if there is no policy on state evacuation, if people are living there and they are allowed to live there, these are their homes, and it's our interest for somebody to live there. If everybody leaves, then what are we fighting for, you know? We have to look for ways to give them this access to this service. If it's underground, all right, it has to be underground. And you know, I just want that thought to stay with you, that Russian drones have advanced so much. If we could even in Kyiv hide or other further, not frontline city, to hide behind the two walls, like, you will be dead in a second if you do that now with the scale of drones attacking Kyiv. So for us, unfortunately, underground solutions are getting in many instances the only things. And so we have to build schools like you did in Molodishne that are fit for purpose for a learning during the entire day, not just to wait until the air is siren and it's gone.
I believe just for clarification, we started it on our own, then we started implementing EU programs. So many of those were or are being built in the framework of Commission's projects. Some of them were built together with Taiwan, yes, Arturas. So, and next step in this direction is Shelter Coalition, which is being finalized, where education will be one of the priorities, and which is led by Finland, and co-implementers will be Lithuania with Belgium, CPV with Annabelle. But look, one of the topics which goes through any topic we take as well is mental health. And I just recently came back earlier this month from International Veterans Conference in Croatia. And one of the retired generals, like 30 years later, was talking about transformation from peace mentality into war mentality, and about getting back from war mentality back into peace mentality. And he was expressing that with such a deep pain still inside him of what he had to experience. As Lithuania, we understand that this will be one of the very, very important topics for societal fabric to heal. Oleg, how do you see? We visited you in Unbroken. You are doing great job there, but generally in Ukraine, your personal approach, what you are doing in Unbroken, and how can we be of help? Maybe in addition, how would it be different to address mental health of children than, okay, it's too many questions maybe, but let's start from you telling us, how do you see the situation in mental health area?
Yeah, thank you, Ambassador. First of all, thank you for your support and care. We can feel it, and thank you to people of Lithuania and government and CPMA agency that you are really helpful in this very pragmatic project that you are implementing together with us in Ukraine, in Lviv especially, and Unbroken especially. And to answer your question very straightforward, we have to scale it up immediately, as soon as possible. We already a few years behind. And it's very important to understand. And I would like to tell that we, Lithuanian and Ukrainian people, has a lot of good thing in common. But we have one thing that's not good at all. It's our experience being a part of despotic colony for many, many years. And the colony that's destroyed, they want to destroy us. And especially, it was very horrific in 1560s. They use psychiatry, the medical science, to kill people, to incarcerate people, to make people as slaves. They change the hospital to the prisons. And this stigma is still there. Even a lot of changes happen, but the stigma of the punishment psychiatry is very deep in human's mind, because it's very dangerous. And also same thing with the psychology. You probably know the psychology as a scientific discipline was started to be publicly taught in the universities in the 70s, 80s in Lithuania, and 80s, 90s in Ukraine. So it's a very, very deep, nice science was not available in the Soviet colony and post-Soviet culture. Why? Because it's make people stronger. It's not, I'm talking about this just because. It's very important to understand this. The stigma would not allow us to be very quick in this. But a lot of things change. And the same thing changing in Lithuania and Ukraine. But in Ukraine in 2021, in September, we opened in our clinic first psychiatric unit in general hospital. Not that's a big psychiatry hospital that you are here. It's a revolution in psychiatry in Ukraine in 2021. And and during the war in 2022, in May, we opened first mental health center, outpatient facility on the contemporary basis of new science in Ukraine. And only in 2024, it was a Ministry of Health order to establish such an institution in every general hospital in Ukraine. We are very happy about this, and we are doing this very quickly. Today, we visited with Mariana a very nice institution, a mental health institution working on addiction here in Vilnius. And this is our new goal. We would like to, and actually I asked them if they would do it. They said, yes, they would do this. We would establish addiction centers, the centers for treatment addiction in general hospital too, because probably the biggest and the worst challenge that we're gonna have, this is the quantity of people who would suffer from addiction, not because they are bad people, because they self-treated themselves on the front line after the frontline depression. And this is a big, big problem. So it's very important to understand that this have roots in our very, very despotic past. But we survived and we're gonna win for sure. And next, so it's three big challenges. But before telling about these challenges, I just tell you the story that happened to me yesterday. It took me 21 hours to get from Lviv, you know, the most western part of Ukraine, to Vilnius, 21 hours. Before the war, we had a flight from Lviv to Vilnius. It was a 1.5-hour flight. So the enemy knows what they are doing. They are isolating us. And why it took me so long? Because at midnight, the day before, in the Warsaw airport, the LOT Airlines announced that the flight is canceled. The flight, and it said very honestly that it's cancelled because of the security problem in Vilnius, because Vilnius airport is closed because of the dangers from the sky. And this information was received by the passengers very silently. And everyone went to the counter of LOT to rebook the flight for the next day, 12 at noon. And only one girl, teenager age, was very tense, very anxious, very destructive, and with the tears in her eyes. And she avoiding passing all passengers and she approached the first lady seated next to the counter of the LOT and said very anxiously, tell me what happened, tell me what happened. And I was impressed. I was impressed. This lady was so professional. I don't know who was she. She's so professional, taking care of her immediately in few sentences. I thought she is a psychologist or somebody else, but she couldn't be a very intuitive mother. And she just did in few sentences a best job to calm this girl. And next day I saw them. She said at the end of this conversation, I'll be with you to the end of this action. And next day, the happy girls was walking to the plane that we were asking to leave in half an hour, and with the support. Why I'm talking about this? Unfortunately, first and the most important challenge that we're gonna have in our society in Ukraine, and you're gonna have too, it's a quantity of people who are suffering from the trauma of war. It doesn't matter, it's in Warsaw, Vilnius, and Lviv, and Kiev. It's probably different from the prefrontal areas, because they are, no, Kiev too now is a prefrontal areas because of the bombing. And this is the challenge of quantity that we need to address. That's why we all must be trained like this woman in the airport that made a good job. And actually people around react immediately. They released, relaxed, and trust and start to talk because they saw that somebody knows what to do. So the education of basic help, not only physical help like blooding or heart attack or heart arrest, is happening rarely. but how to help emergency help for people who had a psychiatric or psychological distress. It's very important to school, it's very important to employers, it's very important to everybody, mothers and fathers. So, Minister Leshko in 2022 made the approximation, unfortunately. He said there's going to be 7 million of people that would suffer from war and would have some 15 millions of people who will suffer from the war trauma, and 3.5 and 4 millions people would need a psychiatric or psychological help. Unfortunately, in 2024, WHO agency made approximation again, and it's not changed. It's the same numbers, 15 and 3.5 million people. 15 million people and 3.5 million people would need help. So it's a huge challenge for all of us. But we have another challenge, also quantity challenge. This is the challenge of lack of mental health practitioners, any level. Psychologists, psychotherapists, clinical psychologists, psychiatrists, because it's relatively, we have a huge amount of people who in need, and we have a small amount of people who would provide it, especially children. We were looking for a head of the mental health department in our children's hospital for 1 year, and we couldn't find it. Because it's a few of people in Ukraine who knows what is psychiatry and who knows what is the trauma and war trauma and how to help it. That's why educational part is crucial part. Why it's happening? Because we are not teaching. We have it's very difficult to teach the thing that you don't understand. Even though I am a psychiatrist for many years, and I am an assistant professor in the university, I used to teach people about PTSD. But in 2022, till now, now can I say, I knew nothing about this. We have to reteach ourselves. We have to take experience from our suffering and provide a new type of teaching. Fast, condensed, informative, but it's very practical. This is our goal. Another problem why it's shortage of professionals. This is the secondary trauma, unfortunately. Today somebody was mentioning this. The secondary trauma is a trauma of helpers. It's a vicarious trauma. And I would like to tell you, me, myself, working very hard for 3 years, I feel this exhaustion and sometimes even the symptoms of PTSD like nightmares, because it's very important to take care about people who take care of others. And this is a big problem that we have to address it by different means. And now we are developing such protocols because we are human beings, we're not the robots and not the drones. We have a compassion, and it has a limit, even though the law does not have a limit. Another example I would like to mention, a young soldier, 27-year-old, the soldier who received a TBI, a traumatic brain injury, the physical trauma defending Mariupol. The soldier who received in Mariupol area was observing circumstances that he saw, I call it eyes of death. He was nearly dead there. And it continues in his PTSD. And the soldier who spent 1,111 days in captivity, receiving a moral trauma of his body and his dignity. And we will have such soldiers, young people, at hundreds of thousands, who needs our love, care, and professional knowledge to help. So we need Simultaneously, we cannot wait. I agree with not has to be, it's too late to wait. We have to treat, because it's a challenge. We have to help people to survive, people to be stronger and to be resilient and to work. We have to learn and teach. We have to teach every day. And we have to research. We lost a lot of very good data that would be very useful to us at the beginning of the war, because we have no time and emotional efforts and physical efforts to research. Now we start to do this. And in all these areas, we have this big field of cooperation in need. You would receive from us a knowledge, unfortunately, and experience, and we would receive your basic knowledge and time that you would help us to analyze the data we are receiving from the battlefield, from the IDPs, from children who relocated to the West, and now they suffer their PTSD, and completely different from the adult. And you have to completely have a different training. So together, this is not the matter of our ambition. This is the matter of our surviving and the victory. This is the instrument of survival and victory. And I am 100%, 300%, 500% sure that we must and can make it together. Otherwise, it's going to be a big problem. Thank you very much.
Whoa. I just looked at the audience if anyone is still there, because I was so concentrated on here that I didn't see what is happening in the room. Oleg, just a few clarifying questions. So what is the biggest need when you say about scaling? Infrastructure, equipment, yes, you've mentioned learning. Is there anyone who can help you in learning process? Because it seems that Ukraine is the only country in Europe which understands what to do in this area. So how can we be of help?
Very straightforward. We can together, today we have another meeting in the medical school with the research center for psychotrauma. Very small, very nice, very, very knowledgeable people. And I have a dream to work with them together, developing some project and to apply to Horizon, NATO, and other things. Very good perspective, and I think the agency would help us to do this together. But we would develop a good, simple, condensed, informative curriculum, because we have no time for those curriculums. You know, those bureaucracy is horrible. But we have to develop it. And another thing, our lecturer, those people who are working with the patients every day, and they need support. They need support, material and physical. So we need some grants to pay them for their job. Because actually this is also a prevention of secondary PTSD if you are changing the activity. Like when you are working with such a patient I described to you, this is a very hard job. Sometimes you are glue yourself to the chair, and you cannot think even after a few minutes after the session. And when you go next day to give a lecture, you're changing the activity. So it's very important to do this. So a special educational project to support lecturer in Ukraine and lecturer who will come from the EU. EU and United States can provide to us a new cut-edge neurobiological instruments for addressing the quantity challenge. For example, we are noticing that combination of like prolonged exposure therapy, EMDR therapy, which is very useful, this golden standard for PTSD, but combination with the transcranial magnetic stimulation, the very cutting-edge neurotechnology, and neurofeedback, it's making progress faster. for us, it's a big deal, even though it's a faster for 1 week or 2 weeks. So, and the US, EU, Israel can provide those knowledge, those researchers, and those practices. And we can do it, and you can use it.
And one additional question. We all know, especially those who work in the field, Unbroken as a center of excellence in medicine.
Unofficial.
But you've mentioned that some of the things happening around the country as well, and with limited resources, question is simple: where they go, it makes you in a more competition than cooperation mode with others. Is it true, or how does it work across the country?
From my point of view, what kind of competition it can be if we have 100,000 people in need? Go and do it. Ambitious, yes, it's normal for a human being, but it's gonna pass very fast. Now we need at least 10 or 15 such centers like Unbroken or other centers in Ukraine, but not only by infrastructure. The walls is very important. People have to be safe there. There has to be aesthetic. People want to, because the biggest problem in PTSD patients, and especially patients after captivity, it's a trust. If people are trusting circumstances and trusting the doctors and the nurses, they will be recovering much faster. So, and the second is our professional knowledge. Unfortunately, even though we are on the 3.5 year period of war, many of psychiatrists still don't have a appropriate, concrete knowledge in treating the trauma-related disorders and conditions. And it means our educational programs are not efficient, and we have to take care. We developed our own Unbroken educational 16 hours introduction to trauma, a very highly specific for doctors and psychologists training, 16 hours. And we already trained, I think, 500 people for 12 sessions. And people really like it. You know why? Because we are talking by same language. They observing the thing that we are observing, and we already adapt the Western knowledge to our reality. So it's very important. Infrastructure for at least 10 or 15 such a center in Ukraine, in the different locations. And also staying very important, this is the military-civilian cooperation. It's not my idea. This is our idea from 2022 from Surgeon General of United Kingdom Armed Forces. And he said, in your case, in case of Ukraine, because of the challenge of quantity, you will not survive without military civilian cooperation in medicine. And it's true. Almost most of our civilian hospital has half of the patient military. And it's going to be even more after war will be end, because it's going to be another 1 million people come, and they will look for the help, not in the 10 military hospitals in Ukraine, but gonna next to their houses. So it's very important.
Thank you. I will look now at the audience. I believe we can take 1-2 questions now from the audience. Who would like to ask? No one. Mindaugas, I believe.
Hi, thanks. I'm Mindaugas from a small young relief and development non-profit from Lithuania. I used to work in Ukraine with other international NGOs and was always jealous a bit of Estonians. That's our old habit in Lithuania.
It's okay.
Yeah. So But, they came to Estonia 5 years ago. Now we have 100 staff and, 10 million euros coming from institutional donors. And I was always questioning myself, why aren't we there in their shoes, Because when I look at Lithuania, I see two extremities. We have thousands, hundreds of thousands of volunteers and individual donors channeling assistance to military units, which is amazing. Also, we have on VIVE Extremum highly professional project management agency focused on infrastructure and then expanding into development. But in the middle, there is no one. I mean, we don't really have Lithuanian relief and development organizations that would have any significant presence in Lithuania. And I know my question mainly would have been focused on, Lithuanian authorities asking, do you see any specific steps in changing the situation and, making Lithuanian NGOs come into the field, starts to become stronger, bigger, better. But since there are not really like Lithuanian officials on the stage now, so I wanted to approach the Commission representative and ask whether you think that non-profits should play a role and could play a role in recovery of Ukraine. And how do you see that role? What could Lithuania do to encourage Lithuanian NGOs to go into the field? Is that a clear question, or should I rephrase it? Well,
I would phrase it. Is Commission doing anything to promote CSO NGO activities in Ukraine? Maybe something like this.
I find it interesting how we are excluded from the sort of discussion about, trauma, etc. I'm a first aid, let's say, trained scout, so I am certainly not able to do the sort of medical support, but I was very much interested about your example of the stewardess, or probably that was even passenger, because this is exactly what, at least in the Scouts, we also train to help. But let's close that. We do work with CSOs that's mostly in Ukraine directly through the EU delegation. There is a budget for implementation, but what I really would like to see, and that's probably a sort of offer for the CSOs in this room to think about, is like, I've seen from the previous conversations that we can work in bubbles. And I wish these bubbles to start, creating maybe bigger bubbles, let's put it like this. And I think it would be important that the CSOs who have this practical knowledge can join forces with institutions that you don't find sometimes as the sort of usual suspects for the alliances, the implementing partners like the World Bank, the European Investment Bank, or let's put it like if you had in Lithuania a development bank, that would be probably the partner with whom you could work on implementing investment for hospitals, where you could, add as an additional service the professional expertise you have. So this is something where we don't have yet examples, but this is something that theoretically can happen, and there are no let's say constraints on that, and that would multiply the sort of needs that are out there for the professionals, I would not call them volunteers, because I think people need to be paid, cannot be exhausted till the end. And I worked before on climate change, and I know how this is perceived. There are some volunteers, some activists, etc. No, so professionals that could be paid through, the grant part of a bigger operation. So that's possible, but it does require some legwork to create these alliances, these bigger bubbles.
In addition to what Elena just said, first we have development organizations platform. Lucas is there, and there are organizations working in the field actually. And we are thinking of, as Ministry of Foreign Affairs, of organizing some kind of mission into Ukraine next year for NGOs who are willing to extend those contacts with organizations in Ukraine. And second, at least that was the experience from Rome, and in preparations for Rome Recovery Conference is that there are civil society segments in preparations to yearly conference where civil society organizations are invited. Most probably to get that information, you have to squeeze into a bubble of Lucas, raise your hand. Yes, he is there. So most probably they get the information about those formats, and I see Miroslava wants to.
No, I just raised this because, raised my eyebrows because that was an issue that actually during the Rome conference, nobody wants to talk about civil society. And civil society was just a side. So when we are talking about rebuilding or whatever, build better or whatever, it's civil society is the part of that process of rebuilding. It's just a part of the society, specifically in Ukraine. It's part of the institution. They are replacing institutions. So we have to talk about civil society, we have to talk about local government, we have to talk about central government. It's very important. Unfortunately, that civil society part is not yet fully included in that discussion. I've been to Rome, I saw the discussion. There was a big fight to be on the stage, and it didn't happen, unfortunately. So hopefully this year in Warsaw, that will happen. But that was the issue.
Next year. Next year. This year not, but next year maybe, and we'll be advocating for that. I see Aiste wants to, our director.
About the civil society. Actually, I work in the development cooperation field as well, more than 10 years already, and I think what happened with Ukraine and in Ukraine after the start of the war, that the development community, which is used to work in other more, poverty reduction areas in other regions, they realized that in Ukraine, actually, there is such a lively civil society that can implement the projects by themselves without the support of international. So that was a huge realization that what is so important in the country is to have this strong civil society organizations. Of course, the decentralization, all of the other reforms that came before the war as well helped a lot. And that comes to my question, because I thought that that's a good point would be for our civil society to learn from Ukrainians. And my question was that I thought before Mindaugas asked about what can we learn from Ukrainians, because we talk a lot about the support, and in our priority areas, the main priority areas that we have in support of Ukraine, we also have this note that, well, by supporting we need to learn. So could our Ukrainian colleagues, each of you, share what is in these areas you work? Of course, you shared already, but maybe some more insights. What would be that Lithuania could learn from you, from Ukraine?
I even don't, know what to say, because it's not something special that we are doing. We are doing this just because of the surviving. And you are free to observe, and you are free to be part of. I always invite people to Lviv. I'm saying it's relatively safe. Everything is relatively so. But I have some thoughts about the NGOs, and sometimes I think the main goal of NGOs in any field to make institutions stronger. Because sometimes, or 90% of times, NGO replace the institution, make it weaker, unconsciously. For example, when the NGO working in the mental health, coming to the medical hospital, and said, we're going to take care of your soldiers. And they are doing this. And they are going after the project is over or in 1 or 2 years because they're NGOs. And they are left behind nothing. I am always asking NGO what the goal is. To use your ambition and to help people, or to develop an institution that when you're going to leave, institution will be stronger than you, or you're going to become institution. Oh no, we have to be free. Sure, you can be free in institution because we are building free institutions, not colonial institution. So that's a little bit different point of view. NGO fighting for freedom and NGO in free society. And we are a free society, guys. So we have to take a responsibility and go and build an institution. This is the NGO, the true one. And that's the point. Probably it's kind of, I will receive a feedback, but this is my strong feeling.
I think that was the answer to a different question, but for sure very important, and I cannot agree more, because I think like Marosia, when she started saying that we kind of were more or less successful during the first year of war because of the weakness of institutions. I think it's maybe to rephrase a little bit, because we didn't really trust them. Like, it's bad that they were weak, but it's good that we didn't trust them, because people started doing something on their own. But coming back to your question about what you can learn, I mean, I'm in the education sector, and education sector had to adapt to so many challenges. And I think, like, thank God that we had COVID. Without that would be a disaster for the entire country, starting from the banking system. Because I've never, since the day one of the full-scale invasion, had a problem with, bank or a gas station. Only the lack of gas sometimes, but everything else worked perfectly. In the same way, education adapted, I think, to a lot of issues, and now it's adapting to drones. And I know that Lithuania is taking it not for granted that, I don't know, NATO will come to defend. It's preparing itself to defend in any circumstances that might be there. And I think, like, adapting the learning, adapting the education system, adapting the approach to learning is something that we could definitely share. But I think apart from sharing what we could do together, I think there's a huge room for cooperation in terms of youth collaboration, youth projects, youth preparedness, fighting propaganda together. One thing that is an enormous problem in Ukraine, especially for young people, is Russian propaganda in Telegram channels and the rest. Russia is recruiting young Ukrainian people via all of that. And I think, like, if we could work more on that in the region, that would be to the benefit for all.
Thanks, Elena wanted to come in.
I wanted to say that always when we discuss the civil society, we take it as it was a sort of homogeneous group. And what I've seen in Ukraine, at least, it's a very heterogeneous group. You can have the think tanks, or those that are really embedded in the...
There are tanks and there are think tanks.
Absolutely, and you have a sense of humor, for sure. So it's... Absolutely, that's definitely a remedy. So you have those that are embedded in the institutions that really help the state to function. You have those that can offer the services you mentioned, in terms of quantity. Probably you have those that do the advocacy, so they held the institutions accountable, as we have seen in the July event. So for us, it would be also important to start, and I have seen, for instance, a veteran-driven center where they place theater as a sort of mental trauma therapy for the soldiers coming from the front line, just to change sort of like who they are, because as an actor you can be whoever you want to be. So for me, we need really to reframe and rephrase these discussions about the civil society, because there's a multitude of civil society in Ukraine, and indeed I couldn't agree more with the point of sustainability of a project. I have been, as a young student of law, helping a Roma settlement in Slovakia in terms of financial literacy, because they are in this vicious circle of, loans, and a real poverty. I was very proud of our achievements, and after a year I visited with my friend Franz, and actually the settlement was worse off. And that was the realization. I was 19 at that time, that, without the sort of sustainability, continuous support, you can't build a sort of, a good trajectory. So coming in and then going out is definitely not a way for the sort of sustainable support.
Want to come in on NGOs as well, what we could learn, or okay, Vytautas wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, Vytautas, I'm a local journalist here. So I would like to ask a question, maybe first of all for Mrs. Gongadze and Ms. Novosad, about this main thing, this distrust and alienation between the society, active part of the society, which is carrying all the burden of this war and moving country forward and holding the ground, and, so to say, system, institutions, what you are calling like kind of metaphorically, yeah? Because when we are talking about the distrust of towards the institution, even bigger part, we meaning the political body, the system as such, yeah? It's not merely institutions, but even more, it's the political system and political body of the state and the society, yeah? Political parties, the politics as we know it, so-called traditional democratic politics as we know it. So you can't live and survive for a long run and strategically without more or less normal and functioning institutions, and without more or less normally traditionally fragmented and systematized political body of the state and the political parties, political system, policy making based on the more or less clear political ideologies and etc., and the system, political system, so to say. Do you see any possibility for, I don't know, European political parties, political party families, think tank systems or agglomerations to step in here and to help Ukraine in this way, to build much more mature political body than it has now? I see from your reaction that you regard my question as kind of irrelevant here, but it's okay. I'm a journalist. I'm here to raise irrelevant questions. Thank you.
Wow. Why at the end I kind of did this? Because I worked with a couple of international institutions like Republican Institute, National Democratic Institute in the United States, and I worked in Ukrainian political field since early 90s. And there are a lot of trainings, there are a lot of were systemic like building blocks to build the parties. Unfortunately, I mean, actually, maybe that really helped, because in the end, Ukraine is still a democratic country, and they learned to have pluralism, and they showed the world that when they are pressed to the point when their freedom are under siege, they will uprise and go after. And that's what we saw just even during the war this summer. Right? So when people realized that there was a point, even with the martial law, we have to go on the street and speak our mind, and the government backed off. So basically, that probably helped with the training. What I think is important to help Ukrainians to actually build political parties as institutions, as with everything else, and maybe to teach, to collaborate, and be more open to each other. So basically, not compete as much, and maybe to some kind of systematic approach to political parties. Because I mean, in the late 2020, I mean, just after the revolutions, the Ukraine had a problem that political party is not ideological. They are more leadership based, and that creates its own problems. So open party list, internal competition, internal party list, leadership change, all of that has to be more European approach from my perspective. And that probably, Europe, as we are integrating, as Ukraine is integrating to Europe, can help with that. Anna?
Well, Marusia said so much. I just want to also to reiterate, to recollect what happened in summer. You know, there's no another thing that Ukrainians want more than end of the war and justice, as restart of political life in Ukraine, as elections. Everybody is tired with this leadership, believe me. Everybody wants local elections. We cannot have a mayor of Kyiv for that long. There has to be re-election in every city. There has to be re-election of this parliament. Parliament is an institution that saved Ukraine. It's regained independence so many times when Yanukovych fled, when the war started, but the parliament is incredibly weak, incredibly fragile, and we badly need it to be back, and for that we need elections, and this is the only thing. But we cannot have that, and I don't think that any European brightest mind can help us with that. I think what is now being done, and like Manta is leading the technical support project for EU integration, is that is important, but you cannot help us with the resumption of politics unless we end this war together and bring the just peace. However, as Miroslava rightly mentioned, and it's incredibly important to stress that Zelensky stepped over the line in July because it was his decision. Without him, nothing happens in Ukraine of that sort. And Office of the President decided that, well, they can do it, and they got what they got from people, from young people. And to me, it was a surprise that they backed down so quickly. But it was also a nice reminder that Ukraine, the biggest, thing that Ukraine had after the regained independence is an electoral democracy, and the respect of people's choice. And that was the people's choice. And the people's choice was done in Evolution of Dignity in 13-14 to be with Europe. But what Zelensky was doing back in summer was crossing that perspective. And so he got what he got. So I think that thing is still alive in Ukraine despite the martial law.
Looks like we are moving from development into political area. Oleg has. You were a politician. Yes?
Yeah, I used to be, and I used to be, and I'm proud of it. The politician is very difficult and dangerous if you are doing great thing. But I would like to say that we are not having a election, not because we are not democratic country. I would like to understand you that 3 days in a row, the war was knocking in your door and in your window by weather balloons. Every second, the war is not knocking, it's killing people in Ukraine. And we cannot have because our despotic enemy has a very, very, I would say, genetically determined aggressiveness and durability of hate. And the election is an instrument of free democracy. And we don't have it because it's knocking in our doors, not by weather balloons, by cops. The cops is a very stupid, big bomb. So that's why talking about democracy, we have to be aware what kind of democracy we would like to have. And I think the election could happen local or presidential or parliamentary, probably from my point of view as a psychologist and a former politician, 2 or 3 years after the end of the war. Russia wants it now. Why should it happen 3 to 4 years after the war? Because people who would come back from the front line will be conscious voters. But now they're going to be reactive voters. And Russia has many instruments to manipulate it. We have to be very careful by making decisions in the sake of freedom, democracy, and human being. And this is not easy.
Thank you, Oleg. I see that finally we have a political discussion. Miroslava, last comment and then we'll go.
Last comment is about democracy, basically. I mean, you ask what you can learn from Ukraine. Actually, basically preserve your democracy, because democracy is one thing that saved Ukraine. Because we have, with authoritarian regime, it's fear. With democracy, it's a freedom of people and the initiative and solidarity, and people have to have ownership of and believes in what they are fighting for. So Ukraine actually Ukrainians believed what they are doing, because they have freedom to make their own mind and to do without telling them what to do. So, and be prepared for any possible kind of, I mean, Ukraine has lessons in every single part of the whatever societal development at this point. So be like, watch, talk, help, and learn on every step was this development, because you have to preserve yourself today.
Thank you for your comment. And colleagues, last question to get back into development things we were discussing. In your professional careers, one big change, one big project you would like to achieve and champion in the next year? One big thing. Easy, simple question. Yes, Arturas, you start.
Once I told you that my wish to have a conference here to how to rebuild Moscow.
From development back to political, okay. Anyone else?
Next year, it's nice and I think doable to not only establish but to make very successful postgraduate educational institution like Unbroken University that would provide a condensed but very informative knowledge for Ukrainian doctors, psychologists, psychotherapists, educators, and many people to come from the culture of peace to the culture of war. It's not bad culture. It's a culture that protects people from the bad people. So it's my and my colleagues' goal.
Unbroken University.
Well, I'll be practical because, well, not that the rest have not been, especially Arturas. It's really very practical. But considering that the attacks are unfortunately intensifying and it's harder and harder to attract the resources. For me at SAVAT, for entire team of SAVAT, it's just a matter of our work to keep looking, keep attracting enough of the resources to at least double the number of kids whom we return to learning, especially considering that now it's more and more underground, and it's just costly. You know, it's just costly to arrange a huge bomb shelter where you can learn for the entire day.
Thank you, Elena.
I would say continue reforms to make the reconstruction a trustful project for the different partners, and may Russia pay for the crimes.
Now I will, seriously.
Second try.
No, I think that
we won't be rebuilding
to
it.
Be very,
please.
We don't need to be very hurry to rebuild, to destroy. Yes, but for me, the biggest challenge now with my team is to make our efforts more systematic, because it was a lot of new projects, new ideas, and the scale. Yeah, the scale is very different what we used to have before, full invasion, and it was new initiatives and projects, but now to have more systematic approach, I think we're on the right track. I mean, we opened branch in Kiev, we have new team members, bright people, which have a lot of knowledge, but to be more systematic, less dependent on each project or each personality even, but to have more systematic approach, to predict next steps better, to measure, to have lessons learned, and yeah, systematic.
Thank you.
Peace, that's my hope. I do want many Ukrainians who lived in the West to come back, because I know they want to. And thank you for one of your projects, because I want to start Europe Europe to change their mind and realization of what this war is. This war is not about Ukraine. This war about the West. This war is about changing the world order. This war is existential war for Putin. And I just want everybody to realize that. I hope that will come to everybody's mind, because from realization you actually make your approach to change things. It's very, very important. And to preserve your own union. What else? I personally want to return to Ukraine as soon as possible. So that's my hope.
Thank you. And last word to Anna. Anna, you will say what we will see on the screen in the. Yes, because there is no lunch after, you know.
Okay, I'm sorry. You will still have to listen for 3 more minutes. So Sevat has an honor to partner with CBVA as of recently. And sorry for speaking on your behalf, Arturas, but Lithuania was the support of the EU. But in this story, it's important who implemented, and that was Lithuania, and that's why it was fast. Built this huge underground school in Molodizhne in Odessa region that was opened up in April this year, and 5 more are coming. And what Sevat is doing now there is a catch-up learning program to make sure that huge space into which a lot of your taxpayers' funds have been invested is used basically continuously, not only when there is a raid siren. We just have a 3 minutes video about how it looks like. Perhaps you just want to put in picture all those things that we just mentioned here during this conversation. Yeah? If you still allow the moderator. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Can we turn on the video?
Даже менше. Розумієте? Тобто повірили. З'їли і почали думати, зрозуміли, що війна не закінчиться. Ні завтра, ні післязавтра, що треба думати про безпечний простір і виводити дітей навчатися на офлайн. Домовились про те, що так, ми вийдемо під свій ризик і страх і будемо бігати. Ну, ви розумієте, коли одна тривога, можна побігти. А бувало так, що за весь освітній процес зранку і до 14:00 по 3. знаєте, довго хто так ухмилявся, ні, не побудують, не буде. Та що ви кажете, Василівна? Та ну не зможуть, та ну не зроблять. Зробили. Дітей стає більше і більше. Люди добрі, подивіться, у нас навчалося 610 учнів, сьогодні 735. Про що це говорить? Я вже кажу Ольгі Дмитрівні, тихіше, то ви не поміститеся. І дітям потрібний цей простір. А тут, будь ласка, залишайся, йди, працюй, грай, малюй. Нам би хотілося, повірте, від щирого серця, щоб такі укриття були там, де вони потрібні. Воно, мабуть, так і буде, але найбільше ми хочемо, щоб війна закінчилася. І щоб такі укриття, які побудували, встигнуть побудувати, хай вони все-таки будуть як центри розвитку всестороннього, всебічного, аніж безпечний простір для освітнього процесу.
So Arturas mentioned this acupuncture approach of Lithuania. I think this little story about just one little tiny community in Odessa region that far from a front, they are bombed pretty often. That was not mentioned here. Shows that if you help just one community with one big project, and then you also continue supporting it with purely soft programs, like we together with the CPVA, with the support of Taiwan, basically after the lessons bus to this bomb shelter, to this underground school, for other schools from this community, so that they catch up on their learning loss, they play together, they have access to childhood, and it really makes a difference to the community. And I think this is the acupuncture that Lithuania is doing really well and show an example. And here it's a right time to say велике дякую Литві за допомогу.
Дякую. So with this I say thank you, ačiū, щиро дякую, and слава Україні. And I was asked by Dovilė to say final words. Conference is closed. Thank you all for attending. And let's not only attend conferences, but in between, until next, work on making next conference even better.